Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Friday Night Deepstack here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. Going to be getting into the action very shortly tonight here, this 5-10 quarter here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. Got a nice little action-packed lineup for our Friday this evening. Got Fuat in the 1 seat, Danny Marx in the 2 seat, Jonas from Germany in the 3 seat, the boy making his 5-10 quarter debut, Carlos Cortez in the 5 seat, OFC in the 6 seat, AJ Nimer, who's going to be running a few minutes late, currently on his way here, J-Rock before he heads to Hawaii for a couple of weeks, and then JD rounding up and out the final 9 players here at Poker House Dallas. We're going to get started like we normally do with a flip, but anyway, thanks for tuning in. Hope everybody's having a good evening this Friday, Memorial Day weekend. School's out. Congratulations to all the parents. Well, I guess either congratulations or not congratulations to parents. Depends how you look at it, because now you're stuck with your kids for 2.5 months at home. But some people can like that. Anyway, Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth. Going to be flying solo. Maybe flying solo tonight. Potential guest commentator who's out on the floor right now, Brad Kogel from last night. Jeep plays some of our low-stakes stuff. Got Eric Anderson running the action tracker for us this evening as well. Going to have Miss Katie and Minnesota Scott going to be rotating in and out of the box for this evening. Oh, Brad Kogel just showed up here. And we're going to get started off as a flip. Again, everybody's in for 5K this evening. You got Fuat in the 1 seat making his 5-10 quarter debut as well. They got Danny Marx in the 2 seat. Jonas, the boy, Carlos Cortez, OFC, AJ Nimer, again, going to be showing up a few minutes late. J-Rock and JD, and we're going to get this started off with a flip. I want to go ahead and switch over to the table mics, turn on Mr. Brad Kogel's mic. How's it going, Brad?
Good. How are you, Ed?
Good. Thanks for jumping in the booth. So you're now a pro here, commentator at Poker House, back-to-back live streams commentating. So let me know about your experience yesterday as we turn on these table mics.
My experience. We discussed PLO, which neither Eric nor I have any major experience in. So
yeah, it's definitely different games. So were you playing the round of each today?
Yeah, I was playing the round of each.
Okay.
Yeah. Put in some hours to not be a bad PLO player. It's going to take about 2,000 more hours to get to be mediocre at best, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I need to hit up. There's a really good friend of mine who's going to be kind of staying with us. He played the stream yesterday, Rick.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you knew this. Rick yesterday, he actually has a bracelet, the WSOP bracelet.
You got the backwards hat?
Yeah. 2018. I believe it was 2018. It's got over 2 million in headed off earnings. Now I got to look to double check. But one of these days, you and I are going to be playing these stakes.
Yeah, I'm going to need someone to stake me a lot of money for that to happen. These games look good. They look fun.
This is the Saturday one is really, really good. I think. That's fine. I'm going to check my stats. I spelled that wrong.
Yeah, Danny was playing yesterday.
Yeah, he's definitely a hold'em specialist. There you go, Ricardo over 2.1 million in earnings. He got his bracelet in.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty good scores. He's got a bunch of first place. Oh, there it is. 2019 for 888,000. Oh, check this out. 3 days before. Oh, snap.
My God.
3 days before, made a score of. Oh, I didn't even know this. So in 2018, June 20th, 2019, Rick Alvarado from yesterday, won his first and only bracelet. I say only like it's like a big deal.
Right.
Like it's not a big deal for 888,000, almost 890,000, and then just 3 days before won $1,100 PLO at the win for another 154,000. So that's a nice little score there. So
a little score.
They had look how many entries they had in that tournament.
Wow.
He had 10,185 entries and took down that bracelet. I wonder how many entries in that PLO.
Oh wow, that was a PLO tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good. So maybe I'm going to get some coaching lessons from him. I'm going to be seeing a lot more of him. So those of you in the chat, thanks for tuning in. I'm going to give you guys some points for starting us off right now. I know tonight's going to be an interesting night. In a couple of hours, We are competing with the Hustler the first $1 million buy-in.
Oh, is that tonight?
That starts tonight. It's I believe it's a pretty decent lineup. Like Rob Young's in it, JRB's in it. I think Tony G's in the lineup tonight as well.
Is Keating in tonight or that?
I don't know. So he hadn't confirmed if he was or wasn't going to join in.
I saw earlier today. There was some kind of news that came out on like YouTube or something.
Okay.
Let me check real quick.
I actually just recently jumped into Twitter, so
okay,
that's like my new thing. I've only tweeted once, so
I don't think I've ever tweeted. Yeah, it looks like Keating's playing today.
He is playing today?
He's playing today.
Okay. I went down to Houston to check out that new room Champions a few days ago, or like last week. And there was like a meet. It was actually a really neat experience. I got to play with Phil Hellmuth, Sean Deep, Johnny Vibes, Jungleman, and then Bill Perkins and Ellen Keating just walk in.
Really?
Yeah, just walk in, right? And where the tables are, you can see because it's a poker room with a hotel bar and hotel, right, on the second and third floor. And so where I was sitting, I can actually look out to the front door when you walk into the front desk is, a general hotel front desk, but it's also like the poker room front desk where you get time and clock in and all that stuff. And you just see Alan Keating and Bill Perkins just like walk in. And we're like, what's going on? So it was really neat that I got a chance to play with him. Out of all those players, he was probably my most favorite one to play with.
Bill?
No, not Bill Perkins did not play the meet game. Alan Keating. He was probably the most down-to-earth one out of all of them. So it was a pretty cool experience getting to play with some of those guys. So
yeah, he drives a lot of action. How'd you do?
I was up.
All right, so they're starting off with a flip.
Yep. Generally, start off these big games. A portion of the tip money, a portion of the flip money goes to production. They just do that out of the kindness of their heart because we put a lot of work into this. So again, we got Brad. Okay, so have you figured out a poker nickname yet, or no?
Every stream is going to be different.
Every stream is different?
Every stream is different.
All right, the boy here flopping the nut flush draw with a wheel draw. There's lots of diamonds out there. I don't think he's going to hit a diamond.
Carlos has the second nut flush draw. We don't know what AJ's cards are.
So I guess they are dealing him in.
It's got no equity right now.
Oh, so no, they didn't send him out. So
okay. And it looks like Fuat takes this down with a full house.
Yeah, jack's full of queens.
That's a nice river for him.
That was a nice little flop for the boy there. Like got her to a straight, nut flush draw again, lots of diamonds out.
Yeah, Carlos also had a pretty nice flop. If you didn't know that the boy had the nut.
Yeah.
There.
Had actually a nice turn card. Had to go to a small straight, second nut flush draw. But got a number of viewers in the chat. You got TLS, Frank Boisvert, Rena, Lego. So thanks for tuning in. I do everybody was telling me just expect low numbers tonight, which I was I knew that the Hustler. I don't necessarily put it on for the. I do put it on for the viewers, but I specifically put it on for the players, just to play on a live stream and have some fun. Try to put together some good action lineups. This particular stream, I was kind of sweating because I was having a hard time with Memorial Day weekend and obviously some of the stuff going on here. But everybody's committed. Everybody committed. Got some last minute commitments, and so it's worked out really well.
So Jonas 3-bets from the small blind.
Yeah, I like the
King
3-bet.
suited.
I like the open from Danny in late position. OFC's it's probably gonna defend his strat. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't foresee him. He doesn't have. So Jonas is newer to playing the streams here. I joke with him because he's friends with German Moneymaker, and German Moneymaker went back. He's in Mexico right now, and then he's going back to. Well, he's either going to stay in Mexico and come back here, or he's going back to Germany for a little bit before coming back here. I believe it's like August, September. So I call Jonas Moneymaker 2.0. So
Moneymaker is a really good player. I like watching him play on the stream.
I've had opportunity to do a lot of a handful of coaching sessions with him. Kind of showed me like the pile solver and how it works, and kind of explain node locking. Have you ever used like the solver stuff?
There's a couple of good solvers out there. There's something called Deep Solver, which is out there.
Okay, I haven't heard of that one specifically.
So this one, it's super fast.
Okay.
And you can node lock and you can put in
Oh, really?
villain characteristics like the calling station or
Okay.
a nit, you know. So
I know GTO Wizard is one of the more popular ones, and that there was some controversy with that player. Did you hear about that?
yeah,
that
I saw that.
You know he's from San Antonio, right?
Is he?
Yeah, Andrew Esposito. Sorry, I didn't mean to call him out like that, but
I'm sure people can just Google him.
yeah.
Yeah, the solver stuff is really a trip.
OFC, what are we putting on now? Huh? What are we putting them on now? I don't know. We got a wide range here.
Jonas here, back-to-back 3-bets. This time on the button after an open from JD +1 with King 10 offsuit. Going to 3-bet Ace-Jack suited on the button in position. Jonas 2 for 2 tonight. This is a fun lineup.
Yeah.
And you got Fuat and the boy making their. It's funny, like, I told you the story about the boy, from last week, and I won't say it because I know he wants to kind of stay low key, so I'm not going to tell that story. But I was used to him playing the 2.5 1500 next gen because that's what he played.
Right.
He was playing the 1500 cap on Sundays with them, crushing it, like pretty much every week, crushing it. And he's like, when I do these live streams and I put the lineups together, I kind of send like mass text messages out, like this, and that. That's me in the background. I'm about to go. I heard booze, so that's why I turned around. I remember that statement being specifically made.
So Jonas opens Ace-Jack offsuit. Oh yeah, ISOs, correct?
No, he just opens from the cutoff.
Looks like Fuat just flatted in +1, unless there's a $50 straddle on.
Yeah, I think that straddle's going to be on a good portion of the night.
Okay.
I like this 3-bet from OFC. King Queen offsuit's a little kind of weak after, it plays well post flop, but after an open and a call, 2 calls, it loses a lot of value. So trying to get this ISO.
Think the boy will flat here?
Nah, he may, because he knows that if OFC's 3-betting, he's got these overcards or overpairs. 7-8 suited is a hand that plays well post flop, but yeah, opting just to fold it.
Yep. That's a really large sizing also.
Yeah.
Somebody had to be like, stop it, bro. Like, enough is enough.
AJ is now in the building. Oh, so I know that's what they were doing. They were waiting for him to start the nit game. So I know they didn't play the nit game yesterday. I know on the Hold'em side they were playing the 10 deuce game yesterday. So
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I was only in for half of the time, or like a little bit here and there.
Okay.
I saw DW try to triple barrel 10 deuce on like a 7 or 9 high board.
yeah, when
to
Rick had jacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the boy opens Queen 9 suited to 150, and it looks like J Rock is going to defend the straddle here, or his big blind. JD is in the straddle with Jack 9 off. Let it go.
I'm just going to call as well and defend his straddle. Again, the 50 straddle is going to be on probably the whole night. So this game's going to be playing closer to quarter 50. So nice little flop for the boy here. Fuat having a piece of this.
Goes about half pot.
Yeah.
You like that size for a C-bet?
I like that. Was he the pre-flop aggressor?
He was, yes.
Okay. I mean, he definitely has all the aces
And
in range.
Wow,
So.
J-Rock just calls with a gutter. And Fuat calls with second pair. You think the boy will keep putting pressure on? Oh, there you go.
I don't think there's not going to be too many boat combos here. I mean, there's probably somebody could have pocket sixes, maybe ace 10, but there's going to be so few combos.
And he just checks it back. I feel like it would be a better idea to bet there a little bit on the larger side to try to target an ace.
Yeah, so a lot. There's like this. Oh, look at Fuat gonna try. Yeah, don't see the boy ever folding in this spot. Just gonna make the call. J-Rock with the snap fold. The boy gonna pick up a nice little pot there. Gonna be up about $1,300. Again, everybody buying in for 5K. There's this new trend now. You know how usually, you know, the term block betting, a lot of players on the river, when a weird card comes out, they can like try to like bet small, like, you know, quarter, you know, 40%, 50% kind of block bet, and you know, there's this new trend I've been seeing, and I've seen this on a lot of streams where people block bet turn in position.
Really?
Right, block bet on turn in position, so that it's gonna force. Let's say you and I are heads up,
right?
And I'm in position, and I have a marginal hand, and it's a weird board. Block betting in position, so that on the river, irrespective of the card, you're gonna have to check to me, and so I can get the showdown a little cheaper, versus you taking over the betting lead on the river. It's interesting. I've seen it on like 3 different streams, like even commentators talking about like this block. The traditional sense of block betting is when you're out of position, kind of going into the river and making a small bet, and then if you get raised, then you're probably going to fold, you know. But I've seen these block bets in position, like kind of heads up. I haven't seen it really multi-way flops.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes when you do continue to bet in position and you bet small, sometimes it induces a raise.
Yep.
And then other times, if you do block bet turn and someone has a super strong hand that they don't want to check through, they'll just bet big on the river. It's kind of leaves you in a tough spot, but.
Carl's just going to fold the 7-8 suited. Danny going to pick up that hand with pocket 9s. So I text Jack. I had an opening. Wolfgang was supposed to play tonight.
Really?
Something came up where he had to go to a function. He's going to play tomorrow. And so I do like a little Hail Mary. So I text J-Rock and ask him if he could. He's like, what's the lineup? So I sent, you know, XXX. He's like, I'm supposed to leave. He's leaving for Hawaii tomorrow because he's got a kid graduating. He's going to go for 2 weeks. Him and his wife's 50th birthday and then 30th wedding anniversary or 20th wedding anniversary or something like that. I'm not sure. 30th wedding anniversary. And I was like, way to get permission.
J-Rock wakes up with queens on the button here. Carlos opens king jack offsuit. In the hijack, OFC calls with the same hand.
Carlos has been getting 3-bet a ton today already.
It's been a lot of 3-betting so far.
OFC thinking he's getting good price king jack offsuit. Oh. Interesting flop. Oh. J-Rock's going to c-bet here with ace on an ace-10 board. Pretty wet connected board. Straight draws, flush draws. Carlos and OFC both having gutters to Broadway. However, J-Rock has queens is double blocking it.
Queen of Diamonds would be a really interesting card to see here. On
Very interesting card to see. Is he in?
I don't know. I've never done it. Try it. I'll let you know after the session if I like it.
I've only done it once or twice.
Oh, wow.
What a horrific turn card for J-Rock.
This is going to get ugly fast. It's going to go bet, raise.
Jam, snap call, snap call.
You think so? Think he's going to jam?
Oh, wow, interesting. Carlos taking over the betting lead here.
I think OFC has to raise here with the 2 hearts out there and having such a deep stack. Carlos could easily have like Jack 8. Oh, he just flats.
Yeah, I think Jarek's going to rip here. SPR is just above
It's like 1
1.2.
The stacks are accurate?
Assuming they're accurate.
Yeah.
Give us a second, a little bit of delay. Yep, he does rip here.
I think both these guys just have to call.
Yeah, and obviously he's gonna tank call. Try to maybe keep in some 2-pair combos.
But I mean, the stack size is just, they all both just have to go all in. Still got some outs.
Yeah, we're gonna run it twice here on this board. Now, generally speaking, on our main floor, multi-way, we were not allowed to run it more than once. Wow, flush you got there. Obviously, no one has a flush.
It's a scary card to see if you don't know what anyone else has. Wow, both times.
And J-Rock here,
Wow.
just 7 hands into the stream, gonna get felted after turning middle set when both OFC and Carlos have King Jack.
Should be happy you're chopping. Fucking happy chopping. Not here. I wouldn't let you win 3K.
Now, for
I had a heart. Imagine if
So it's always fun to play fantasy poker after the hand's over.
no, it's funny. So, you know, oftentimes after post stream, we'll go out and have a good time. Carlos and OFC will be there. We're a bunch, you know, they're good friends off the field, but they hate each other. OFC has taken so much money from Carlos, you know, between here and TCH. So there's just like this rivalry between them. So tomorrow, you know, tomorrow I think I'm going to make them the thumbnail. Yeah, that's gross. How are you doing? I was up like $1.25 and I tried to make a move and then I got sniffed out. And then double board bomb pot. I have I had the pretty much the effect enough on the board on the bottom board, and then 2-pair, and then the river on the top pair brings in a 5-liner to a straight, right? And I have 5-liner to a straight, but it also brings in a flush draw, and then the board double pairs, and the guy just rips it, and I'm like,
That's not good.
I was like, dude, there's no way I'm getting scooped on boards. There's like 4 combos of hands,
Right.
where I'm getting scooped. Actually, it's 3 combos of hands I'm getting scooped, and I tank and I call, and I get, and he has like the ultimate nut.
That's gross.
Yeah, and I was like, so I reload, and I'm down 350 now, but I was down
That's pretty good. It's
625 at one point. I won a hand, and then I open under the gun to 20 with aces.
right.
Call.
Welcome to very.
Yeah, call, and then another call, and then big blind before the button straddle gets a like rips it for like 300, and I tank call. He has kings, so I got a little rebate back.
That's good.
So I went from like 625 down to 350 down in 2 hands. So
Yeah, I lost a bunch. I was clawing my way back and I had my aces cracked by 9-8 offsuit.
all right, knit game is on, ladies and gentlemen. I believe it's. I'm not sure what the bounty is for this knit game. I'm sure it's going to be 50 to 100.
100's a nice portion of some of the stacks here. So J-Rock topped off, looks like to about 3. AJ just joined in the hijack in seat 7. And J-Rock picking up another strong hand here in the cutoff. So AJ is going to open ace-8 offsuit to 225. J-Rock's just going to call. JD's going to call on the button with pocket 5s.
It's going to go multi-way for sure, especially with the knit game being on.
Wow. Jonas calls.
Yeah, and so like again, and
And the boy calls.
a lot of time again, the knit game can bring out the best and the worst in players. A lot of players want to get rid of their knit button. J-Rock here flopping 2-pair. I mean, top pair, top kicker.
Jonas flops top with backdoor diamond.
Yeah.
And a backdoor straight. I think the boy and JD just have to fold here to any bet here.
Yeah. JD's out.
That's a big bet. Multi-way. It's like 2/3 pot, 3/4 pot.
Jonas is going to at least call, especially with the back. So much backdoor equity.
That's a strong C-bet.
Yeah, and again, he's trying to get rid of his nit button. Again,
Yeah.
like I said, that's one of the things with the nit game. Again, all the players that have a yellow dot next to their name are still in the nit game.
It says he only has 3 outs, but the turn card hasn't come yet.
Oh wow, what a
Now
turn
we got
card.
12 outs. Yep. I think he's gonna check jam here.
Isn't rank opinion kind of like
No, he's in position. He can just call and try to realize equity. Hefty size bet there. I don't foresee him, especially a jack, yeah, a diamond 9 or yeah,
8 diamonds, 9.
Now the ones that have been, is it factoring total tree outs? 3, 6, 9.
Yeah. So any 9, any diamond. They're still talking about the king jack offsuit in hand.
So much equity in this hand.
What he means is my cards where one is a red and one is a black.
It's funny. A lot of these guys will put a lot of money in the pot to get rid of their nit button, but it's way cheaper just to lose and give.
Yeah, it depends. Like, they're probably playing. I wonder if they're playing 100 a hand or if they're playing 50 a hand or 75. Oh,
Wow,
bad river.
that
What a
is
nice
bad.
little river here.
It's if he checks, it's just gonna check back. Unless he thinks he's no good and is gonna bluff his queen.
that would make you feel good taking money from J-Rock.
Yeah, I could see him jamming here. Yeah, and the reason you don't want to check here is because you don't want to lose value in getting it checked through potentially.
Yeah, and J-Rock just double barreling for.
Yeah, just J-Rock running into it.
I mean, if you're Jonas, you think he has really strong hand here.
Yeah, Jonas could have like some weird 2-pair combos.
He could have set his hands
Yeah.
if he just flats there in the cutoff. 6s. Now, if the 4 diamonds doesn't come, you think Jonas still open rips it?
No. I think he actually check folds. If I know anything about these German GTO players,
Yeah.
I think he check folds river. J-Rock.
Someone just called the floor.
I'm pretty sure that's a gorilla. I'd be willing to bet $1,000. Just a single pair holding here. You know, he can. Yeah, like there's some straights out there. There's straights out there. There's obviously the backdoor flush completes. Straights get the ace jack gets there. Jack 9 gets there.
When he's losing to 6s,
There's so many combos of hand he's losing 2 here, losing 2 there. Even two pair doesn't take this line. 2 pair probably check calls.
King queen check calls.
Yeah.
He's just got to lay this one down.
They're talking about gorilla. Eric says, as someone who was there, Eddie, you win $1,000. Yes! Let's go!
Eddie and I are going to split it.
Yeah. Yeah, J-Rock. There's not, you got to think about what value combos he's jamming there, especially like 1/3 pot, and what bluff combos he has here. There's not too many bluff combos. Yeah.
I think even on this board, it's a good depolarization spot where even with 2 pair or straight, you could just jam here and they'll look you up thinking that you don't have diamonds.
And J-Rock done for the night.
Wow.
You want to just remove one of the penalty markers, so it just whoever loses just pays 1 minus.
All right, so generally speaking, on these type, when the net game is, if you bust out before, you still have to pay your bounty.
Really?
Generally, that's how you play the net game. Now, with that being said, I think those two back-to-back hands, no one's going to be like, hey, J-Rock, pay the money, you know, so I get it.
Do they have stand-ins or a list for this game?
Yeah, so I played Nate Felton. He was the one, the guy that's coming in seat 8, Nate. He's the one that Felton me on that, like, perfect on that perfect hand.
Was that the guy who sat down in seat 2?
Yes, seat 2.
Funny guy.
Yeah, he's funny, but I was kind of on tilt after that hand, and he was trying to joke with me, and he lost a small pot to me. He's like, "Are we even?" And then I didn't say anything because, like, when I'm on tilt, I just play, I grind, right? He's like, "I guess we're not even." So I should have got up and walked away for like, it's a fold, you know.
Oh, Tiny's there. What's up, Tiny?
Got Tiny in the chat.
Howdy. And he's gambling already.
Again, I know the numbers are going to be low tonight, especially with the first block of the $1 million game over at Hustler. Anticipated that, but again, I don't do this. I do this for the viewers that want to watch, and then do it for the players just to get some action, play some bigger games. So, nice little flop actually for Carlos here. This is a board he could actually check raise. This is a board I'm actually check raising. I like the lead. Okay, he could. So, I know you're getting into tournaments now, right?
A little bit.
So,
getting out of them more than I am getting into them. Keep busting out.
yeah, obviously he's in the straddle, right? But it's like, let's say you're in the big blind, you defend your big blind with this hand to a late position. You're actually, a lot of times, out of the big blind. Again, I know that's the undergun straddle. You should be actually leading that flop.
It's a good donk board.
Yeah, and a lot of with a pair flush draw. I'm sorry, pair plus straight draw plus backdoor. That's a good board for you to donk bet on a tournament spot. A lot of times, strategically on it, assuming I'm heads up, right? And I won't do it like multi-way, but you know, if it's like a hijack cutoff button open on an 8 high board, where I have a pair plus backdoor equity, I'm usually leading those flops. Or sometimes I check raise those flops.
Well, how much do you lead for? You lead for like 1/3, half pot?
1/3 pot.
You already fucking know it. I like it. I like it.
Tiny, where you at?
I like it. I love it.
All right, so Jonas here seems like he's the only one with a.
The button raises are just love it.
Oof.
Everybody playing the nit game.
It's a nice small blind hand to have.
Yeah. Ace 7-9 board.
So why are they pushing the cards up? Is that for the camera?
No, so Carlos in C5 has vision problems. So anytime Carlos is in a hand, they put on the RFID reader and they push it up so that you can see it.
That's really nice.
Yeah. That's why he on both streams here at TCH and here he sits in the 5 seat, just so he can see better.
Yeah.
But any other players, you'll notice next hand, assume he's not in the next hand, that he'll. I like this bet here. He's blocking straight draws, blocking bottom pair, some backdoor.
That is a very big bet.
I like this check raise.
It's like a pot size raise. Yeah, well, I mean, if Danny's on the button, he figures he could probably be betting pretty light here, just trying to take it down, get rid of his button.
Danny's still gonna just make the call, middle pair.
Yeah, so
he's got some backdoor. He's got some draws, cards that improve equity. Now Jonas has to continue to barrel in order to tell a story. He's just gonna check back.
Will he go for a double check raise?
I've only seen a double check raise once in my entire poker career.
Really?
Yeah. Now, Danny has showdown value. Both players have showdown value. I think it's gonna check. I do like the check raise there by Jonas. There's not too many. So Danny has a 9, so he doesn't have aces there, right?
Right.
He could have set of 7s there. He's not gonna have too many two pair combos. Maybe ace 7.
But he could have any ace rag on the button there,
He
trying to
could
get
have-
rid of his nip button.
Right. I know AJ is getting ready to head over to Vegas for WSOP stuff. So.
I limped with 10-9 odds, so I mean, come on.
Oh, so he limped. Okay, he didn't raise from though.
Yeah, it was a limp pot all around. Flat in the hijack with king 10 offsuit.
Okay, so he reloaded a little bit. Did he win a pot?
Who, Fuat?
Yeah. I think he may have won the flip, right? I think he won the flip.
The last hand he was in, he lost to the
Interesting.
boy.
Now, if I'm AJ with this suited Broadway cards, I'm actually, I'm raising pre-flop with this. This is a good board for OFC, and that's actually a good board for AJ and OFC. Not so much a bet, not the greatest board for Fuat. It's gonna check around flop.
That is going to be an action card here.
Bingo
for,
for-
Fuat and AJ. I know if she's taking the lead here. Taking a stab at it. With one heart in his hand.
AJ's just gonna make the call and smooth call, try to entice Fuat to get in here.
Yep. Fuat calls. I think OFC will shut it down here.
It's gonna go check here. AJ could actually, AJ, oh,
Wow.
OFC,
If only he could see everyone's cards.
275, 175. Raise is coming in. 550, 600.
Wow.
Did he go big? How big did he go?
750.
Okay. Yeah. And this is a weird board. Both AJ and OFC. Oh, he's just gonna with a single pair holding here. There's still like 5-6 gets there.
OFC just folds. And AJ takes it down with a flush.
Yeah, AJ, they're gonna pick up some chips after just recently sitting down. Let's take a. I just want to take a look at some stats real quick. I want to take a look at cumulative wins early on, very small sample size. So I'm actually just wanted to see who still has their knit buttons. OFC, the boy, Fuat, and JD still have their knit button. Nate Coffin is about to sit down. New player.
Who do we think is going to be left with the nip button at the end?
I'm gonna go the boy.
So the boy.
And the reason is it's either gonna be the boy or Fuat.
Who else have done right now?
Anybody else add on?
I'm guessing.
I feel like JD might be left with.
No, JD
don't
and
think
OC
so?
are not gonna get rid of it.
The Stratos on for 50. How's it going?
Again, 2550.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, again, it's advertised as a 510 chord that plays like 2550. I actually like putting these lines together better than a 2550 because a lot of the 2550 players are more pro heavy.
Yeah.
It's easier for me to get the recreationals in. Even if we get a favorable outcome next week, which we're hoping for.
Wow. The boy opens to 150 with 9-3.
You gotta stay balanced.
And that's it. His nip button goes.
Yeah, okay, so the boy gets rid of the nip. Excuse me.
But
Now, also with the nip game, if you win the hand, you have to expose your cards. If you don't expose your cards, you can't get rid of your nip button.
right.
So,
Yeah, I think if you remind the person that they have to flip over their hand, then you get their button. So then you're stuck with 2 buttons, or you get you get a button back if you already lost it. All right, so it's a misdeal.
We got double straddle.
All right, so Danny folds 3s. And the boy is going to open queen 10 of diamonds in the cutoff to 250. Carlos with the last pair of pocket 3s is going to call. He has no more outs coming, but he does not know that. And OFC will call with pocket 5s. And AJ is going to call on the big blind with 8-7 of diamonds. So only OFC and Fuat in this hand have their nip buttons. Fuat has 7 deuce. So right now the boy has the best hand with second pair and backdoor diamond draw. AJ has an open ender and backdoor diamonds. And checked around.
Wow.
Yeah.
This turn card brings in some juice.
A lot of juice. I think AJ and the boy are
I like that size actually.
I think AJ might call here with an open ender and backdoor diamonds. He's got a lot of outs.
A jack would be really bad.
I mean, if you didn't know the boy,
Wow.
wow, he folds. If he didn't think the boy had diamonds and he didn't know, then he would be drawing to any diamond, any 8.
The boy having a pretty good 5-10 quarter debut here. So when I get some of these newer players that play these stakes, or they're stepping up in stakes, you know, I always have a very, very honest conversation with them. It's not, I don't think they're good enough or whatnot. I've been trying to get the boy to play the Saturday stream, and he finally started playing the stream, but he said he wanted to take a shot.
Yeah.
The Friday stream, and I said, hey, look, it's advertised as 5-10 quarter, but it plays like 25-50, and these guys have reload bullets.
Right.
So I'm not saying you're not capable of playing. I'm not saying you can't financially for it, but just expectations. You know, I've had some players play the 5-5-10. They're like, I did not think it was going to play as big as it did. So I mean, the 5-5-10 plays like 5-5. It plays like 10 quarter.
How deep is everybody?
Last Saturday, freaking Gator had 30K in his stack.
Okay. Yeah, it's a bankroll and a half there.
If I'm guessing the average stack on the 5-5-10, 6 to 8K. That's big.
That is big.
Again, it's 10 quarter. Jonas here.
Jonas flops the best of it.
Who has
Pair
other
and a
equity?
flush.
Okay, Nate has middle pair.
Nate folds. JD's gonna fold, and Fuat doesn't like folding, so he's gonna call with second pair.
I think Jonas is still going to continue to barrel his equity. Well, if he's putting Fuat on an ace, he's probably not going to fold an ace. He could check. He could barrel equity, or he can check and realize equity.
Well, if he barrels here, I think he has to size up to like 800.
Agreed.
Okay. 625 is about half pot. It's a very wet board here.
Yeah, double flush draw, straight draws.
Oh, and that gets it done.
That 6 of hearts really shouldn't change too much. I mean, brings in like 10-8.
10-8, yeah.
But Jonas is not going to have too many 10-8s there. 10-8 suiteds. Even if, like, he'd have to have 10-8 of spades or 10-8 of hearts to barrel there on that flop. Like 10-8 of diamonds, 10-8 of clubs is not going to bet there, even with open ender.
Yeah, but that board is really good for Fuat and Fuat's range. Any two.
For sure, agreed. Again, thank you viewers for the chat. I'm going to give you guys some more points to gamble away. Let's go 1,500 this go around. In about 5 hands, I'll pull up the cumulative stats as we play 9-handed here.
So the boy opens to 150 with 8 diamonds, ace of diamonds. Carlos is calling with ace queen offsuit, and AJ right now is in the tank with jack 7 spades.
Jack 7 has equity. It's equity, yeah.
And he 3-bets to 650.
Oh, wow. Nice 3-bet. Carlos is not folding. I'll tell you what, if you're going to play Jack 7 suited after an MP open, 3-bet that hoe. I think the boy's going to fold here.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, I think Carlos's hand is too strong to fold here. I would like to see him 3-bet. If Carlos would have 3-bet this hand, yeah.
Wow. Yep. 3-bet takes it down.
Yeah, a 3-bet after it opened from AJ's never in the hand, the boy's folding. So I know Carlos is going to go back. Hand 15.
The thing I like about the high stakes games or the higher stakes games is the pots are way more colorful. Got all kind of
Right.
chips in there.
instead of just your whites and your reds and your occasional greens.
Occasional greens. So where's Nate from? OFC with his knit button still. He's going to open 7-5 offsuit in the hijack.
Again, trying to get rid of his knit button. Here's Nate with queens on the button. He's going to come in with a 3-bet here. Let's see what size he's going to go with, 850 to 950. It's a little small. Okay. Again, he is in position. Doesn't need to go terribly big. So Nate does still actually have his knit button, I think.
Well, and there's Jonas folding 2 of OFC's outs.
Oh, he had a 7 and a 5? Oh.
Yep.
Light call from OFC here.
Wow.
It's actually not the worst flop for him. I mean,
It's a very draw heavy board.
this is not a good board for. It's not a good board for Nate's 3-betting range, even with him being on the button. OFC has a lot of sets here. There's a lot of pocket 8s, pocket 10s. Can have like some Jack 10 suited, some 9-8 suited.
So is Nate from Texas?
No, he's from Bemidji, Minnesota. He's friends with Eric.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. I only sat
He's
with
not
him
in.
for a
He's
little
not in the knit game. Okay, Eric said that. He put me on tilt earlier, but I'm not on tilt anymore. I get on tilt for like when I say I get on tilt, I don't like make bad plays. After that, I just like put my headphones on and like don't talk to me mentality. I think Jonas is here for a couple more weeks before he goes back to Germany.
How long has he been in the States?
I think so. I don't know all these passport visa rules.
I think it's like 3 months on a visa.
No, I think it's
If you're visiting.
it's 6 months annually. But like Moneymaker does them in 3-month blocks versus 6-month blocks, right? So he came in February, just left this past Sunday. We tried to find Moneymaker a wife.
Really?
Yeah, we really did. I mean, yes and no. We didn't like super try to find him a wife, but you know, we'd go out to eat and say, "Hey, you single? You looking for, you know?"
Just go to pokerbrides.com.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's
Can
like.
you imagine? That'd be great.
First of all, there's very few because it's a mostly male dominant, you know, game. It'd be like the ultimate sausage fest. I don't even know if I can say sausage fest, but I'm saying it.
We just had it twice, so I guess you could say it.
I said worse stuff, especially on earlier streams when we had no viewers, when it was just like Lego and Rena and Frank and all those guys.
So Fuat has bottom pair here.
I think AJ should be definitely barreling this. Oh, he just checks here. Interesting.
I think Fuat might lead out.
Wait, did AJ 3-bet?
I think he just called.
Okay, he just called. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize he called. Believe it or not, Fuat actually has the best hand.
Yeah, Fuat still has the best hand.
He's gonna go check. I think he's. I think OFC is gonna have. He may. So ace high on here kind of has some showdown value. Oh, and OFC knows that he could have bet there and probably got him off. He knows. I can tell that. I know that look. I know that. I know that look. Especially when Fuat shows up the 4. He like looks up. He's like, "Damn! If I barrel there, if I just try to bet for value, the Fuat's auto folding there."
You want to take a little wager?
On what? Incognito. Also, is it true that chips has no value? Just keep track each one value in the tournament. I'm not sure I understand your question. So, can you re-ask the question? Go ahead. What was your question? What were you saying, bro? What's the bet?
What the over under of Fuat's VPIP by the end of this stream? Let's say
Because it's a bigger stream, I'd say it's probably going to be. I'm going to put it at 50%.
50.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go like 68.
I think that's high.
Think it's high?
Yeah, for these stakes, yeah. If it was like 5-5-10 or 5-5 or 2-5, it's 75% VPIP. But I think at these stakes, you still want to get you want to get some action, but you don't want to play as many hands because now instead of losing 5K, you can lose 10K. I'm just gonna check really quick to see who's still left in the VPIP game. I'm in the NIT game. Oh, JD and OFC, they're going head to head here.
Who's gonna be left with it?
OFC, I believe, has never lost a NIT game.
They both got a pair.
JD's gonna probably barrel his bottom pair here. He's got backdoor straight drop. OFC's not ever gonna fold bottom pair with backdoor diamonds. Eric, what's the bounty? An interesting turn card.
Gives JD a little bit more equity here.
JD's one of those players that when he picks up additional equity on the turn, he likes to barrel. So I wouldn't be surprised if he barreled here. He's just going to check back, try to realize equity. Yeah, that card's a relative brick.
Is he the net? Is he the net? Shit, baby!
Eric, what is it? It's 100. It's 100 per player. Okay. So generally they do it every dealer change.
I should get 100 also for calling JD.
Good call. Good call. I was thinking the Fuat or the boy. And again, it's not. They're newer to the stakes now. They're playing. They're very comfortable right now.
Yeah, the boy looks like he's doing pretty well.
For the record, I think the boy's a very, very good player. But at the same time, when I put these lineups together, I also have to protect my recreational players. And so, and I even said, like, dude, I think you would do very well, But just again, these watch extreme. If you want to take your shot, dude, I'll throw you in, bro. Open +1, Jack 10 suited. Danny's gonna try set mine there.
Ooh.
OFC can 3-bet this hand. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, AJ opened under the gun, so he's he's at least just defending here.
I think.
Wow.
He's
gonna come in.
I think it's an okay squeeze, but from such an early position to open, you can just flat that there.
Yeah, you can mix it.
Straddle.
I don't see AJ folding here.
Danny will probably get out of the way if AJ calls.
If AJ calls, Danny's actually getting the correct price to set mine. 4-bet? Okay. He got purple chips for half a second.
I'm always curious why a lot of poker players have their hand on their shoulder.
I never, yeah, Danny's actually getting the correct price to set mine.
Maybe I'm a nit, but I just let this go.
I was going to fold. Okay. I think you're getting the correct price to set mine.
But after the way the action went, I mean...
Yeah, especially for an under the gun open, that's fair, yeah. If it was like MP... Neither player is gonna have a 9 in their range. Both players are gonna have a King X in their hand. Under gun open and then a 3-bet. I would venture to say, forget about position, right? Usually like an EP open and then a 3-bet.
Wow. That's a big meaty raise there.
I like it. AJ being aggressive. E. McKenzie in the chat. What's going on, bud? I played with you down there in Houston for the Meet Game at Champions. We played a little bit. These are my Dallas peeps. I'm gonna turn on the camera. Maybe you'll recognize me. The Asian sensation. I'm gonna turn you on real quick. What's up, bud? I don't know if you remember me. We played. I think you sat next to me. You came after you played the stream. You played some of the 1-3 when I came down there. It's good seeing you in the chat. How about we get you, assuming everything goes well here, which we feel good about, hopefully, come down here and play some Dallas streams. Huh?
That's all right. I actually prefer it without the cushion.
Oh, yeah. It makes me like tall. I mean, it makes me sit taller. And I hear it feels good on your ass, but.
What are you talking about?
The seat cushion.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. The seat cushion.
So Jonas is going to open, he's going to ISO King Queen offsuit from Fuat's limp in the hijack.
E, did you give any of these Dallas players your number?
I think a C-bet will just take this down right here.
I didn't see the action, so. Oh, but there's right there.
Fuat limped.
Jonas.
Jonas ISOs. Check, check, flop. Check, check, turn. And
Jonas still gonna have the best hand here.
Fuat probably stab at it.
I think he has to. Jack High doesn't have a ton of. I think he's gonna make a call with King High here. Oh, on this double paired board, when the board, not double paired board, so when the board pairs, I mean he's got a marginal bluff catcher. Yeah, he's gonna make the call. I think.
Yeah, when the turn goes check, check, I mean, you can't really have much value there.
All right, E, I'm going to give my number to OC to give to you, or let me know if it's cool if OC gives me your number. Mark Wee, I thought you were in France. Now you're in Italy? You're doing the Euro tour, trying to get his fix, his poker fix from overseas. Yeah, me and OFC are pretty good buddies. Ooh, I think we drank, what was it? We drank last Friday's stream? Was it last Friday's stream? Goodness gracious. I don't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, last Friday he came in.
Yeah, we all went out to eat afterwards, right? Because he left his car here and we all Ubered somewhere.
Nice. What's up, Mark?
That's okay. I only have Twitter and E, put in your Twitter handle. Is that the what they're called? Twitter handles?
Twitter handle.
Okay, see, I didn't even know what the hell that's called. I literally just joined it.
Yeah, it's at whatever your name is.
I mean, I have a Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not a big social media person. You look at my Facebook, the last post is probably from like 5 years ago.
Yeah, look at this. A bet. Okay, so pair plus open ender, Fuat open ender as well. Nate gonna call queen high. OFC with the best hand.
Fuat has a open ender.
Yeah, it needs a 7 over.
Oh, he's a gutter. To 2.
OFC with the best hand. Middle pair. I didn't see all the action. Oh, Nate, that's pot on the river.
Wow, no OFC calls.
Sniffed it out. Didn't believe him. Good call. Yeah, E McKenzie's he's from America. He's from Austin. Plays at the Lodge. He started vlogging. I really thought his content was phenomenal. What the hell is Telegram?
Telegram's another app. It's like a messaging app.
I can't. I had Facebook for like 16 years, and I just added Twitter. So like, I can only handle so many social media platforms. But now that I'm doing all this poker commentating and putting these live streams together and going down to different rooms to support my Dallas players, I probably need to use them on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's just so much social media out there.
Oh my gosh,
It's too much. Even to like put a post on Instagram just hurts my head.
yeah. So I don't even have an Instagram.
Don't really need one. It's all just like a time suck anyway. But some people like it. I'm not one of those people.
I've used Discord like 4 or 5 times. Anyway, Moneymaker's down in Mexico, and so he says he wants to remote commentate. Next week if I think I'm gonna take a break from the high stakes. I say high stakes, mid stakes. These stakes next week. Okay, we're going to flip. So I think we're going to, I'm going to take a break from putting these lines together next week. But anyway, with that being said, they were talking about he can Discord in and he can remote commentate. I still don't know how the hell that works.
Right.
But, oh, okay. All right, let's see. So do you know what the trick is on these PLO hands?
No.
So I never really announce action pre-flop unless they like double suited aces, with a rundown, right? But what I usually do is I wait till the flop because a lot of these this is a flip, obviously, so it's slightly different.
Right.
But on PLO, what I usually do is because most of those pots are going to go multi-way anyway. What I do is when the flop hits, I look for the top 2 hands with the most equity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then say, okay, now this guy has 45% equity with X, with a redraw backdoor, and then this person with the second most equity has X.
Yeah, it was funny when before all the cards loaded, OFC had the most equity, and then as soon as everyone's hand came in, it just dropped down to less than 1%. So, and Fuat wins it with a set. Easy game.
I'll start at Instagram.
So it looks like they got the nip button for Nate, or is...
Yeah, so they haven't completed the.
Well, then JD. Oh, they're probably
It's back on.
playing it again.
Yeah, it's back on. I'm sorry. So again, with the software, it was implemented into the software the actual net game, and so when the net game gets on, you're going to see oh wow, Fuat wakes up, aces +1. Anybody with a yellow dot next to their name still has their knit button. Again, it's a $100 bounty for the last player. The boy trying to get spicy with a suited king. Sometimes I use those suited kings, and I don't really do it so much in cash, but I'll do it in tournaments. All right, 4-bet coming in. I think he's just trying to figure out sizing here. Don't need to go too big. Stack depths. 1,100, 1,300.
Would you ever just flat here, being that the Nick game's on? You think
No.
that someone's going to blast off?
Not out of position.
I think he's just going to let it go here.
Oh, that's a really small. That's a min. That's one of these tournament min raises. I would hate that. I actually hate that more than him going like 1,500.
Wow.
I'm not a big fan of that sizing. You're actually not giving. You're giving the boy a relative decent price to see the flop. You can actually check this flop. It's a pretty disconnected board.
The boy has some backdoor equity, backdoor straight, backdoor flush.
So a lot of times players like c-bet this flop 100% of the time. You can balance.
I think he's gonna go too big.
All right, E, thanks. I'm gonna get the number from OFC. I'm actually thinking about getting some guys to go down to Austin and play down there at those streams, and then getting some y'all's Austin guys to come up here play our stream once we get things squared up. I think it'd be kind of fun, like Dallas versus Houston, Dallas versus San Antonio, Dallas versus Austin.
This is such a big flop bet for such a dry board.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it.
It's like a 4-bet pot. Normal C-bet size should be like 1/4 pot here.
1/4, 1/3, yeah. You can go 1/4, 1/3.
Uh-oh.
1/4, 1/3, or even check flop. Give your opponent a little bit of rope.
So he's going to peel one here. Hopefully pick up some equity, some backdoor draws. Uh-oh.
Not enough equity. What a snap all in. Yeah, at this point. Now, if that's the three of hearts, I think he may put a stack in there.
Yeah. Well, Fuat did it for him.
Standing to the side, like holding the flag. I was like, oh, that's weird. Like, looks like a well, I'm holding the flag. I'm like a little bit taller. I graduated preschool twice.
I just feel like it's so hard to get paid going so big in such a dry board.
Now, with that being said, Fuat's a fun guy. He's fun to play with.
Right.
It's obviously he's a recreational, doesn't understand sizing and bet size, board texture. I'm not saying he doesn't understand that, but. E. McKenzie, you want to get in this game? I tell you what, once we get everything squared up here, definitely have you come and play some of our streams. I'll send some of my Dallas players. Are you playing mainly at the Lodge or TCH Austin? I think it's the Lodge. His cards were correct. He had King 5 hearts. I'm almost willing to bet $1,000 that he had King 5 hearts there.
Oh yeah, he definitely had King 5 hearts.
He definitely had King 5 hearts. He said he's going to head out, but now he's like, let me watch a little bit more so I can drive up to Dallas, get in these games.
He's in Houston?
Nah, he's in Austin.
Austin.
But he went down to Houston for Champions and played a couple of those streams. Those
with Phil?
Yeah, with Phil Hellmuth, Marcus Gonzalez, John Deeb, a couple of those guys. All right, let's see what we got here. I totally missed pre-flop action here.
So Jonas opened in +2 with 9-5 suited. Everyone else called. So he's in position here. Fuat's gonna donk into him 150.
Yeah, I'm gonna text Jay when him and I have become pretty good friends. Once we get some stuff squared up here, maybe we'll get like you and him and another player from Austin come up here, and then I'll send like an OFC RV Phil, Brian Green player down there. Do like a lodge stream kind of thing for you guys. You come up here, play our streams. So, all right, I still don't know where action is right now. Okay,
The action's on Fuat.
okay, Jay has the best hand.
Checked
Okay.
around. Yep. Fuat took a stab at it. I think he's just checking to realize his equity, get to a cheap showdown. And I think AJ...
Small blind versus third blind versus under the gun shot. Okay.
Wonder if anyone's going to bet here. Probably just go check. Unless Fuat's going to stab at it. But
Yeah, he's going to have to bet big.
Bet check bet line is normally so... It's just so bluffy.
550, 475, 575. Half pot.
I think if I'm AJ, I get curious.
55%.
Yeah. The draw is bricked. I think if I'm AJ, I just get curious and look him up. If he got an ace, he got an ace. But then why would he check the turn?
Nah, I think he's trying to rep a queen. I
don't... Yeah.
And Fuat does not. So here's the thing: Fuat doesn't have his knit button, right?
Right.
So he's not really incentivized to bluff here as much, right? I mean, obviously with 10 high, he probably knows he's not good here, but he's less.
I mean, he's polarized to a queen or nothing here. Because he bet the flop. He checked on the ace turn.
Check bet.
I just get curious.
Okay, so he bet check, bet. So he could have checked turn. He's repping a queen based off if
there you go.
JD's curious, gonna make the call. I think the check on the turn, and then AJ's like, damn, I just folded eights.
Yep.
I think if he's heads up, I think he makes a call, but it's tough. That's tough with JD to make the call. That's tough for AJ to make the call with eights there with action from JD. With JD still left to act, excuse me.
Right, but JD checked river after the turn check through. So I think if I'm AJ, I don't put him on an ace.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was putting anybody on ace. I think Fuat.
I mean, yeah.
He bet flop.
Fuat bet flop very small, and then he checked turn and bet river.
Yeah.
So he's polarized like a queen or nothing there.
So he actually repping ace on flop. Yeah, that's a weird line. Actually, I like the call by JD. Now that I reconstructed the hand, I actually like the call from JD.
Carlos is going to raise in the hijack with ace 10 offsuit.
All right. Again, the 50's on. I don't think the 50's going to be off at all.
It's hard to tell when the 50's on or not. I don't have as much booth experience as you guys.
With this line, the 50's going to be on.
It's going to be on the whole time.
Yeah, it's just going to be on the whole time. It's just going to be on the whole time.
Every open's been to like 250.
Yeah. And for that matter, even the guys that I invite to like the Saturday stream, I tell them handful of expectations. It doesn't play like a standard 5-5-10, or even both streams, right? I say it doesn't play like a standard 5-10 quarter, 5-5-10. It plays Saturday plays like 10 quarter. This plays like 25-50.
It's funny. I feel like everything in Texas plays bigger than what it is.
100%.
When I took a trip to New York, I went to go play at Parks,
Yep.
and I played at Rivers.
Okay.
First of all, Rivers was like, oh no, I went to Philly Live. That was like the worst poker room I've ever played in for the games.
Really?
The room was nice, but the games were it was just like watching paint dry.
Please don't let OFC hit a 5. I love OFC. Oh my god. Carlos runs so bad against OFC. It's so stupid.
I'll bet like what, 500 here?
He could actually go big.
It's a one-liner out there to a straight.
Like 1,200. Specific targeting an ace. Now, because our... Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to go small here to get an ace to call. Because when he bets flop, calls...
There's no bluffs here, though. Like, what bluffs does he have? Maybe he has like a worse ace that he's betting for value, but other than that, I mean, it's a dry board on the flop. He calls. Turn.
I think he's targeting an ace.
Turn he calls. Yep.
Ace jack, ace queen off, ace 9, weak ace.
Something I should have learned to do earlier today was fold. And I think here there's just, I mean, it's like 50-50 call or fold.
Carlos, Carlos, I watched and commentated enough between Carlos and OFC, and Carlos is like, again, seriously, on the river. I know exactly what he's thinking. All right.
So the Parks Casino 2-5, in my opinion, plays more like the 1-2 here.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah, I kind of felt like I was in the same game, just deeper.
Okay.
But I think it's more splashy here.
Oh, dude, it's
not even comparable.
So I think the best 1-2 game, the best low stakes, the best, when I say low stakes, 1-2, 1-3, I think the best game, one low stakes game in the state is Rounders in San Antonio.
Really?
100%.
I've never been to San Antonio for poker.
Rounders, it's they don't have a ton of big games unless it's like a live stream, but their 1-2 game is 70% of the biggest stack.
Oh, that's great.
Dude, I bought it for $4K.
What?
Well, I had 2 Asian guys at the table, and they were like super splashy.
Not including you.
Not including me. So I would have been the third one. All right. The boy here.
He opened 10-4 suited. Early position, probably trying to get rid of his nip button. That 10 comes out, that's going to be trouble.
It's an interesting flop, though.
The funny thing is, if I hit a harder,
I think Fuat will lead out.
the other one, I would.
No, just checks. C-bet.
Snap call. Or tank call, you know. I mean, he's never folding here in this spot. Brick turn.
He's going to have to go bigger here.
I think he's going to
450.
1/3? Yeah, about 1/3. Slightly over a third. Fuat's still not going to go anywhere.
I think you have to go a little bit bigger to get fold equity here. If you could have all the aces, kings, you can get a 6 to fold.
Fuat with the best hand with queen nine. I think the boy's going to just barrel here. Well, let's see. If Fuat turns his hand into a bluff, the boy's folding.
Right. And if the boy is going to bet, what size do you think he's going to take?
700, 600 to 800.
Fuat looks like he's in the kitchen here, trying to cook up a plan for this river.
What's funny is he's bluffing with the best hand if he opts to turn his hand into a bluff.
I mean, so from the boy's perspective, he loses to a 6, any pocket pair. Oh, man. You have to fire there, yeah.
I think he has to fire there with 10. I agree.
Here, the games in Houston are pretty good also. I hear. I've never been.
So the last few times I've been down there, yeah, they don't have a 1-2 game. All their 1-3 games are match to stack, so they can get pretty gig. They're not as loose pre-flop here as they are. I'm sorry, they're not as loose pre-flop there as they are here, in my opinion. I mean, you'll have those certain players, right? But like I'm talking about, if I were compared to like different rooms,
right?
In general, I don't think they're as loose pre-flop as they are here.
So Fuat calls with 8-6 offsuit in the small blind. Danny's going to come along with queen 9 clubs.
There we go.
The boy now wakes up with pocket queens. He does not have any more outs coming.
Call. It's probably going to go like 700,
yeah.
800.
What is he out of position? Yeah. So Jonas folded queen 9 offsuit and
900. Okay, I like the
he
size.
folded the case queen. So and he should just take this down with that.
I don't know. Danny doesn't want to fold. He can think he's squeezing. With the stare down, the Alex Fox and stare down.
I don't know why these three are like weird and yeah, this one's after. You like it?
Shows the pocket queen. Well, I'm assuming he showed the pocket queen because he got rid of his knit button.
Yeah.
It starts there.
You've gone out with us a couple times, like post stream or whatever. Where we've hung out, right? You should go out with us after these higher stakes streams. That we have a blast.
Yeah, you guys go out and get some food.
Yeah, we'll get food and grab some drinks.
The one time we went out was real fun when we went out with Cup and Eric. I forgot the name of the place, but that was a lot of fun. AJ's here with ace-8 offsuit. He's gonna flat here. Nate's gonna get a little frisky with 7-5 diamonds. And I'd be surprised if oh, I guess he folded.
I don't hate these. I don't hate when it folds here. I don't hate these opens with these specific foldings.
Yeah, it's just more so that he's I mean, it's a little loose to ISO these hands.
It is.
Especially with guys who don't fold.
It's like, yeah. That's true.
You're just inviting more variance, You kind of got to pick and choose part of your range that you want to ISO with a table of people who just like to play every hand or call or,
And the AJ's just not folding here just yet. On the top pair. On a dry board.
I don't think AJ's going to fold at all.
I don't think he's going to fold. Oh, look at this.
Wow.
Turns open-ender here. Interesting turn card.
An 8 would be very bad for AJ.
An 8 would be an awesome card. I mean, not for AJ, but for the stream. for the stream, it'd be an awesome card.
Wow. Is that a 12?
Sizable bet here. 12 in the 17, 6% pot. Like it, 65, 2/3.
Can AJ fold an ace?
No. Not yet.
He's got to fire another bullet if he doesn't hit. Wow,
Does he get
got there.
Holy
He got there.
Shies balls.
Think AJ will block bet? Check.
No, I think he's got to just bet small here. He's targeting an ace for the record. He can go
Like 15?
yeah, 1500. I wouldn't go quite 2K because that's like close to half pot. 1500 to 1800.
I also feel like 1500 by itself is. Oh no,
That's big.
that's bad.
That's big.
I don't know if he calls that off.
I don't think so.
This to ace, almost every other ace.
I mean,
Ace
he's
king, queen, jack, 10, 9.
ace. He's targeting like ace. I mean,
I don't think he cares what he's targeting here.
yeah. I think he's just targeting the ace, right? But
He could have had like king, queen, or king 10, or queen 10 that missed. But very unlikely.
I actually don't hate this. I actually don't hate it. The sizing.
I think if I want to call, I go a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I'd probably go no more than 2K. But
Well, you also have to think about the sizing for the size of the game, right? So if you're playing like 1-2, $100 is just an inelastic big bet. So if you go to 90, people are more likely to call.
right.
So here, these guys, you know, are way
Now-
more rolled.
Now I will say I agree with that. So,
He says he doesn't believe him. Should we turn up the mic?
yeah, turn it up. Turn it.
Which one is this? This one?
Queens or kings?
Wow, he calls him.
5-7?
I think if he makes it look like a bluff, he rips because the SPR is like 1.1. Nice little hand there for Nate.
What's happening to me?
Now, just for the record, AJ is going to reload and top off.
Well, Fuat's at 5-7, I thought you were joking.
Nice little hand there for Nate. Going to pick up a nice little pot.
When you said that nuts, I'm like, okay, set of aces?
Set of aces. But even if he had a set of aces, that, you know, that's not a good call there.
Found a soulmate.
That's a tough one. I do like I do like the triple barrel though. It's nice.
Yeah.
If you finally get there, you hit your hand on the river.
I'm gonna plug hand 28. I'm gonna text this. I'm gonna text that one to myself because I'm gonna run that into the solver.
I think the solver probably bets bigger on the turn. You want the fold equity there. You don't want ace X in the pot.
I'm gonna run that one to the solver. Yeah, that's interesting.
So what's
What's that?
I'm just looking at everyone's V-pip and pre-flop raising. Fuat.
Yeah, it's about that time. I usually do it at hand 20 and I forgot, so that was my fault.
Maybe do it next hand, hand 30.
Disregard my text, Eric, because I want to run that hand through the solver to see what sizing.
So Fuat just min raises here. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like, the straddle's on. Yeah. It is on because OFC's a straddle, and the third blind's Carlos. There's no way OFC is not.
Jonas 3-bets 10-8 suited for the
I
small
like
blind.
it. I like it. These suited gappers, these Euros use these suited gappers as 3-bet bluffs. Here's the funny thing. Fuat's like blocking a lot of his range. See, going to see C-bet here.
Yeah, I think I'll see bet.
C-bet call. I don't think
Yep.
Fuat can just fold just yet, so only one overcard.
I think you go one and done here.
Yeah, especially if the turn is a jack or above. Yep.
Especially out of position.
Pretty standard 1/3 size. Fuat's not gonna fold.
You still have some backdoor draws, but Fuat's blocking those. Six would be a nice card to see.
Oh
Wow.
wow!
Wow.
Fuat believing the Germans. Gosh, it was so funny. We went out last Saturday. It was Eric the boy, Hayden, Moneymaker, Carlos, and Paulo ended up coming to the meeting. So we're doing credit card roulette, right? and Moneymaker had paid for like 3 or 4 meals in a row, and he was like on tilt. He really wasn't. He was,
Right.
he was on tilt.
That's a vicious game, credit card roulette.
It's a vicious game, and so I think it was down. Maybe he was down the final 3. He's like, I've paid 4 times in the. He's like, I've lost 4 times in the row, and then Carlos said, well, you also lost 2 world wars, so.
Wow.
we joke with each other. We joke with each other like that, but all right, nice little raise here, hand candidate. Ace Jack offsuit. I like using Ace Jack offsuit as a raise / 3-bet or a fold.
Carlos has a nice big blind hand here.
I'm definitely defending the big blind with 7-9 suited to especially to a cutoff open. Jingle flop for Danny. I think it's gonna go check bet fold.
Do you hate the peel here with some straight draw and
Nah, I don't like
backdoor
that.
straight draw and flush draw equity? Little loose.
If he had, I'm not a big fan of this peel because there's not a lot of clean outs.
Yep.
I mean, now with Danny with this jack of spades, it's going to be a bet fold.
So he's looking to hit an 8.
He can size up and go like 500, 550 here, 600.
Yeah, I think he'll just get a fold here. I don't think he'll peel the flush draw coming in.
I mean, 6 of hearts turn, but like you need like specific turn cards to hit in order for.
Right.
So that what if I float flops? If I float flops, it has to be like a really good backdoor equity. Because like there's not now if there was only 1 spade on the flop, I don't hate the flop there, but with 2, I'm sorry. If there was only one, if there was 1 heart and only 1 spade, as opposed to 2 spades and 1 heart, I wouldn't hate the float. But with 2 spades, there's not too many clean turn cards that give you additional equity.
Right. Fuat's in there with 9-2 of hearts. Danny in the hijack with ace jack again, back-to-back hand. He's going to raise that up to 200. And the boy wakes up with aces on the button.
All right.
Here we go. Now we're in a hand. I think Danny will call.
So you remember a few hands ago, Danny opened the queen 9 of clubs and then he 3-bet queens out of the straddle to get rid of his knit button.
Yep. And the boy just flats with aces on the button.
Snicky.
We are inviting a lot of variance into our hand here.
Yeah.
I think I still 3-bet this hand and just that's a really bad board for the boy.
That's such a terrible flop.
I think Nate flops the best of it.
Yeah, 1 over open ender.
He can still c-bet. Not c-bet.
I think he's gonna bet here 400.
500.
Yeah, half pot.
That's a pretty big bet for.
That's
I mean, it's very good for his range technically, but I don't like it.
I think this board is good for everybody except for Danny.
Yeah.
All the blinds and the straddle. What is it? Backdoor hearts on the turn with queen of hearts.
You think like 1,500, 1,200 here?
Not sure. See, he's got 4,300. He can go like 1,200, 1,000.
800.
Okay.
Another small bet. It's giving him good price there to get in there. But he's only
It's
drawing
gonna
with 3
live
out.
SPR 1-to-1.
Wow. So if he doesn't have to show. I'd rather just 3-bet that and take it down. I don't want to go 6 ways with aces on a board like that.
When I first started playing, because I've only been playing for about 2.5 years, and for the first year I sucked donkey balls.
You've only been playing for 2 years?
Yeah, I started picking up poker when I was getting divorced. So I didn't have anything to do. I did Ironman training.
Really?
Yeah, I did a half. I did out in Waco, the 70.3 out there.
How long?
How long did I do it for?
Yeah.
Wait, you're talking about the actual
like the training and everything?
Oh, so So obviously, like, you do your sprints, then you do the Olympics, and then half, and then you full out. I was hoping to like get ready for the February March full. What's it called? And then COVID hit, obviously.
Right.
I was training for about 8-9 months. I looked 8-9 months, but dude, I was getting up. Like I was maybe drinking once a month. I was getting up like 4:30 to 5:30 to train and working and blah blah blah. And COVID hit. It's just like.
I feel you. Yeah.
And I like to eat and I like to drink. So it's just like a really bad combo.
It could be a bad combo for sure.
Now and plus I was like super overtraining and I was injuring myself because like it was a really tough time like mentally with like going through the divorce process.
It's grueling, man. Even the Ironman's tough training.
Yeah. So then I picked up poker. So this is how I met. That's actually where I met Kim, Hayden, Danielle, Eric. A handful of people here. I met them down in Houston because I started playing poker.
Hayden's great, man. I love Hayden. I don't really know him super well, but he's such a nice guy.
Yeah. So here's a story of how I got into poker. I was still going through the divorce process. And I was doing the Ironman training, and then Carlos, 3-bet here. 3-bet. 3-bet.
Think OFC flats?
Small. All right.
This will be, I mean, I don't want this to happen to Carlos, but it would just be funny if the flop goes like ace-10, like deuce.
Yeah.
With his luck with OFC. He's 10-3. Well, 10 high flop. $500. It's a good size here.
Why does OFC? For the record, I love OFC and Carlos equally. But why does OFC always get the best of Carlos? I just feel so bad for Carlos. Like, no, literally, he really does.
Yeah.
Oh, brings me a little gutty.
Think he shuts it down here? Or you think OFC bets again?
I think OFC bets again.
Because he could easily float with ace-king if he's just check calling there. Oh my god.
Let's go, Carlos, one time! But I don't think he's going to get paid, though.
I mean, backdoor hearts came in
Backdoor
also.
hearts.
It's a lot of action-killing cards here. Ace-king, ace-queen beats him.
Yeah, I mean, the king and the queen get there.
Yeah, I think he knows he's beat at this point. Just tell by his facial expression. I feel like he wants to call, but he knows he's no good.
And Carlos is blocking the nut flush with ace of hearts, so he could actually bet a little smaller here.
King, queen of clubs. He doesn't even know. It's got better than that.
Pay him off one time, Sean. I don't think he's going to pay him off. Carlos always pays off OFC. OFC, just pay him off one time.
So many hands get there. Wow, good fold.
That's what I'm saying. Like, pay him off one time. I knew Carlos was going to go until if he folded.
You just can't get paid. These guys are funny, man.
That's why I said they I love hearing this. I'm hoping we like once we get everything.
Showing you that I missed my jaw on my flush.
OFC says wild water, bro. Do you know how many gutters you hit, OFC? Like you're the king of gutter hitting, gutter ball hitting. I knew Carlos was gonna go. So I don't know what tilts Carlos more, losing to OFC or getting OFC to pull the worst hand against him. It's like double bad beats. So okay, the story of how I got into poker. Divorce was finalized. I got thumbs up from my attorney. Judge signed everything. We were officially divorced. So I take her off the bank account, take a bunch of cash, and I go to Lake Charles.
Where's that?
Lake Charles is it's west of.
I'm a New York native.
Yeah,
I'm not a Texas
it's east
guy.
of Houston, about an hour and a half. It's a
Okay.
casino, so they have the Golden Nugget LaBerge, right? Kind of like Windstar and the distance wise. It's a slightly longer than Lake Charles. And I'm gonna go to casino, go play some poker. COVID and room rates are really cheap. They were like $55 a night because of COVID.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's one hand.
yeah. And then their poker room was open from like 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. or something like that. So really limited hours. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go down there for one night. If I win,
Well, that's a good turn card.
interesting turn card
So Carlos picks up a straight. OFC still has some equity, but
for the deuce of hearts.
the flush is out there. It might just be an action killer. AJ's just gonna fold. OFC folds. Nice. OFC never pays Carlos
I was
off.
gonna say he never pays him off.
It's such a wet board, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't call with the deuce of hearts there.
Carlos must hate life. He wins the small ones but loses the big ones. That literally is like super tilting.
So you went down to the casino.
Yeah, and so if I have a good night, I'll stay another night. I think I had like 3 winning nights in a row where I was up like
Did you know what you were doing?
not like now,
Right.
but like better than those people down there. And then I got to know some of the people that worked there those 2-3 days because it's mostly old white people in the mornings, retired people. And like, oh, why don't you play in Houston? They have poker rooms. I'm like, gambling's legal.
Right.
Like, they're like, why don't you look on Poker Atlas? What the hell is Poker Atlas?
Yep.
And then there's like 15 rooms. I was like, what the hell's going on? So I never went back. I mean, I went back to like once, I think, but.
It's rough when you start off winning.
Yeah.
Anything really, especially a game like poker.
3-bet coming. 600. Okay, 500. Okay, with the size. What was the raise? 150. Okay.
150.
Three.
Yeah, it's not a super big it's not a super big ISO for the amount of people who limped.
Yeah.
It's very small. I think JD kind of senses that. 3-bet.
He's gonna make the call with ace high.
Wow, what a great flop for JD. Backdoor
Jenga.
hearts and open-ended.
This is actually not a good board. Like
He could.
it's actually it's good for actual JD's actual hand, but bad for his actual like 3-betting range.
Yeah, I think he can check raise this though.
Yeah.
Check raise, snap fold. Okay. I think he can actually start c-betting on this. Delay double barrel here. This is a really good card for his range. Nate shouldn't have many kings here. Picks up a...
I think Nate's confused. I think Nate's confused. He's gonna check back.
I mean, ace high is good right now.
Ace high is good right here. 7 of hearts gets JD there.
Now, what do you bet here if you're JD? It's a one-liner, so these spots are pretty generally under-bluffed. You just go for like 300 and hope ace high calls?
Oh, yes. Well, yes. I'm not sure what sizing to use.
350.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go
400?
polarize here, I think ace high folds. It's a one-liner.
400. 250? 350? 400?
350 would be good.
550 half pot.
550. So what takes a check on the flop, check on the turn, and then half pot on the river? If you're
JD runs so pure too.
If you're Nate, I mean, do you get curious and look this up with ace high? I mean, you lose to pretty much any 9, 8, 7, 10, 6, 5. So if he was getting cute and did this with like pocket fives.
It'd be sick if Nate had a 10 here though. Just, I mean, he doesn't, but obviously it'd be kind of sick if he had a 10 here in this spot.
I think I go a little smaller to get ace high to fold, ace high to call.
JD's a very good player.
So I moved to Texas like a year and a half ago.
From New York, right?
From New York. And I like almost never played poker. And then I'm a musician, so I was on a gig with a bass player who was talking nonstop about poker. He's like, you should play in Texas. And I was like, okay. So at the time I told my girlfriend, I'm giving myself like $1,000 to play. And if it goes bye-bye, I'm not playing any more poker.
Right.
And I just remember being like up and down and playing like every 2 weeks. And then just one night I came here and I ran like insane. I think I cashed out like 2,800 from 1-2. And I just got like super hooked.
Yeah.
That's how it happened.
So that same thing for me as well.
I mean, you look at my old hand histories, it's like, they're so laughable.
Yeah, dude, I was...
Oh my God, I didn't have suits or anything written down.
Oh my gosh.
No
Not even the hand.
positions.
So again, that's how I met Kim and Hayden. They brought like the Lone Star Series to Champions Zen and use an old location. And you know, I was a very, very faithful Champions. Oh, nice little flop here. Fuat flopping top two. Nate with top pair. AJ with nothing other than the ace of clubs blocking front door nut flushes.
Do you think Fuat check raises here?
Oh, wow.
That's half pot.
I think he has to, especially if Nate calls here. I think Fuat has to. Yeah, now he has to check raise here. I think he needs to go 1,200.
So AJ bets. Wow. I mean, you want to deny equity from some flush.
Yeah, this is a bad turn card because now, based off this turn, he strictly just has a bluff catcher.
Yeah, and I don't think AJ or Fuat are folding here. So AJ is still gonna try to rep the flush. Fuat has some boat outs, but 450. So he's bet like 1/3 pot again.
Fuat's gonna call again.
So does that action box on the top left come up only when it's heads up?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Now I wonder if a brick comes out, just like a king of diamonds or something, if Fuat will block bet.
That's a brick card.
The check call? Check call?
Ace three of clubs gets there. I mean, I think he's gonna barrel. Maybe not.
I don't know. You just got called by two guys.
Yeah, two guys. Yeah.
When you're in the middle. I mean, Fuat has to be pretty strong here. So does Nate. Just calling with another guy behind him. He has to be pretty strong.
What's crazy is Fuat's gonna have more of the draws than Nate. So Nate's gonna have a lot of top pairs. AJ's gonna have. I don't remember what the pre-flop action was. So
I don't know if it was a raised pot or not, but I know that AJ's just been putting money in the pot here, just getting called by both guys. So when we pull up that VPIP or PFR,
yep, I'm with that.
Does that only calculate up until what the stream's running to, or what the stream is currently?
On the delay.
On the delay.
So
okay.
not like they're on hand. Let's say right now this is hand 36. They're on hand 41. It's through 36 hands.
Gotcha.
I don't. Oh wow. And Nate makes the call, and I don't think Fuat's gonna. I don't know if Fuat's calling here now.
I think Fuat just has to assume he's no good, but I don't know if I'm good enough to fold that here.
I don't know if I'm good enough to fold here too. You're getting 2,200. You got to call 2,200 to win 95.
You had top two on the flop. I mean, the only hands that really beat you are sets and flushes, but...
So you need to have 22, 23% equity in the hand in order for this to be a profitable call long term. This is a call.
I have ace three.
Three
clubs.
I mean, they're not going to have too many better 6-7 gets there, but like 6-7 of diamonds.
You have like 6-3 also.
They're not. No one's gonna have a 6-3 here.
I think it's a limp pot.
Fuat's gonna have the 6-3s.
Oh, actually, maybe AJ opened it. I don't remember. Wow, Fuat's in the tank. Just close your eyes and call. I don't think he likes this spot.
I think he's gonna fold.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's sick. He's gonna vomit in his mouth.
Slow roll, slow.
What a call by Nate.
This guy. Loop it. This guy. Shit. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. Loop it. I was about to call about 2 ways, you know, like flush out.
Yeah, and I don't like.
It's a good fold.
Yeah, it's a good fold.
And we can see the card, so it makes it easier.
All right. Just for the record, I know AJ 100% is gonna. AJ is gonna try to get close to the biggest stack. I've watched enough of him where he kind of nerves the stack a little bit. Excuse me.
Where's AJ from?
I don't know, but him and his brother play our streams. You know that Texas Cars Auto right down the road?
Okay.
They own it.
Oh wow. That's what I.
He actually has a big tournament score.
AJ does?
Yeah, him and his brother have pretty decent tournament scores. Let me see. I'm gonna look them up.
How'd you do last night? You said you placed third?
Yes.
Alley won?
Yeah, I was on tilt.
What a funny dude, man.
Yeah, I was a little on tilt because he was like super sun running, and I got a spot where I had ace jack suited, blind versus blind, so I limp like 22 big blinds, and then he opens and I just rip it, thinking. So these are actually the same people.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
so
He's in there twice. I don't even think I'm in there once.
yeah, I know he had a really big score. Yeah, I know he had.
That's a big one right there for 14K, 15K.
Oh yeah.
17K.
What was it? It was 46K, right?
How do you feel about chopping?
I usually, so I'm going to tell you what my thoughts are on that. And just like, Carlos here flopping top here. Bet small, like 350.
Think Nate will call one street,
Yeah.
depending on size. Fuat's out of there. It's hard to make a pair in poker. It probably just folds, and Fuat folds. So what's your thought on the chop?
I generally don't, but now that I work here, I'm more inclined to chop to make it more friendly. I'm still anti-against it, but now again, it depends on who's involved in the chop. I know it shouldn't be that way. Like if you're just gonna chop, either chop or don't. I used to not chop here, but again, now that I'm an employee here,
Right.
I want it to be nicer.
I guess it's kind of similar to being a dealer and playing with the players to tip you.
Right.
That's his brother?
Yeah, that's his brother. He's playing tomorrow. He final tabled. Yeah, he final tabled this last year.
Yeah, he did really well there last July.
Yeah, I remember him final table.
So his tournament's pretty much just having a lot of run good and playing well, or
It's patience and sizing and value. I mean, in cash, because you can like. I wonder if they where am I at? Where am I at now? Am I at 100K yet? So that my stuff hasn't been updated. Yeah, none of my stuff from this year is updated.
oh yeah, you're over 100K.
No,
Didn't you win
I'm not over 100K. I'm like at 94, 95K.
Didn't you win the one from here?
I did really well on two. I should be at about 93K, 94K.
That's awesome. I think I'm at 600. I'm at 1800.
Let's go. You want to know? Here's my first one. But my very first, I was really happy about my first-handed mob. Yeah, this is when I started playing poker, like legit playing poker. That's like 2.5. Yeah, I started in October. You know what's really funny?
You were crushing it.
This was my first tournament ever.
8th, first, ace, 9th.
For the record, okay, I'm gonna click on it, and you're gonna see the size of the field.
Yeah,
the size of the field.
I mean, look at what you took home, though.
Oh, this one was actually a decent one, I think. This one had This one I think had at least 150 or something like that. This one I actually think was, yeah, this is all at Champions. I was really, really, really proud of this one.
So Jonas is going to open pocket 9s on the button, and the boy is going to 3-bet him from the small blind with ace-10 offsuit. I think Jonas is just going to call here and play in position.
I like this 3-bet though, because if you're gonna play ace-10 offsuit, you need to be 3-betting it, especially out of position.
I've seen a lot more people lately. That's a really good flop for Jonas.
I think the boy's gonna bet small here, 300.
400?
I mean, I don't hate the c-bet here.
I think as Jonas, you can either raise or call here. Should be a total brick, not affecting much. Unless he was getting frisky with like ace-3 suited. What, 12?
2/3.
13.
Slightly over 2/3. Let's see what Jonas is going to do in the spot.
I think Jonas has to call
Yeah,
here.
I think he's going to call her with just 1 over. He's really only repping the over pairs.
He's ahead of ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen. The boy hasn't been playing many hands here. That's a really, really good card for
Jonas.
For Jonas.
Very good card for Jonas.
So it's less likely that the boy has a jack. I think he has to jam here if he's going to get Jonas off of it. I don't think this is going to be a big enough size for him to fold.
1800? 15.
Just
yeah.
15. I mean, it's pretty much like same bet.
Yeah, I think the jack doesn't come on. I don't know.
I can't fold here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot, you know, missed spades. If he's 3-betting with suited Broadway.
I think if he checks her, I think Jonas checks back.
Yep, he has to. I mean, he has showdown value. He's not really losing to much. I just call here.
10s plus. I think. So here's the thing. I think 10s plus. I like the heart.
I think if you double barrel and you size up turn, you should either size up a little bit more for some fold equity, or just I think that you just have to check on the river. I don't think you can triple barrel there when the jack pairs, because what are you repping?
Right.
The size up on the jack. I mean, flop was small, turn was bigger, river was small. So what are the V pips and the?
Yeah, let's take a look at that. All right, let's take a look at these stack sizes really quick. Jonas, Nate, JD, all players over 5 figures. The boy, short stack, but 2100. Again, when Eric hits next hand, it disappears. So.
Gotcha. I was always wondering how that happened.
Yeah. So
JD actually has a nice hand here.
He's been relatively quiet.
JD.
Yeah.
He's been kind of card dead. He hasn't really picked up much. So he opens ace jack. Fuat calls. The boy calls with suited ace, suited king. And then OFC calls with a suited 1 gapper. As JD, I don't think you can see bet here going 5 ways with just backdoor diamonds and 2 overs. So I think if OFC or Nate stab here. Yep. I think JD just has to fold.
Yeah, there's not too many river cards that he's gonna like fold.
I feel like I would have peeled one if I were Nate.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I think Fuat folded that bad hand. He may think his 4 is actually pretty decent here. I wouldn't be surprised if he calls this turn bet.
I mean, he still has some outs. He did another 4, an ace. There you go. Check, check, and OFC takes us down. Let's check VPIP.
Yep, VPIP stats. All right. Fuat.
Oof, we're over the 50 mark.
Yeah, I figured I think he's going to be between 50 55, but I don't think he's going to be over 60.
Danny and JD have been pretty quiet, but JD's VPIP is pretty good.
Yeah.
It should, like 24 to 30 is pretty good.
Yeah. It's kind of low for JD in general, but again, card distribution, not very good for him. Again, Fuat and OFC up top. It was really funny because I think there was a stream that it could have been Fuat that OFC played. And I was like, you have the second lowest VPIP, and OFC was like, what? So he was like perturbed.
I think the stream where I played with Fuat, he was at like 89 VPIP.
Yeah, that was a 1-2 stream, right, or a 1-3 stream?
It was a 1-2
or 1-3.
Yeah, it was one of those. I think 1-3 because we were 1,000
Okay.
deep. So Fuat opens, ace jack suited.
I think I'm gonna see a 3-bet. Surprising non-3 bet there.
I mean,
Well, I guess
Fuat has only opened aces so far.
Yeah, that's true. Fuat has only opened. Yeah, his PFR is 7% with his VPIP is 52%. What a flop for AJ.
Wow. Fuat has a bunch of equity here as well.
And he's gonna barrel his equity here.
I think
Small
if
bet,
you're AJ, do you check raise or you just check call?
Check call. It's not super dynamic yet. I think Nate's gonna have to get out of the way now.
They can peel one more. It's coming. 4's coming.
4 hearts.
Nope. He's dead. 4 would have been a terrible card for Nate.
And I think Fuat can check here.
Yeah, I
good
think you have to shut it down. AJ might bet. Oh, he checked. And if you're Fuat, do you go for a bluff?
No, Ace High has showdown value here. I think if somebody's gonna bluff, it's gonna be Nate.
What is Nate repping?
Not much, based off his line.
I mean, yeah.
No need to bet. Ace High has showdown value here.
Oh, he's going to bet.
He's running the action. No, let's do 100, 100, 100.
Like 550, 450, 350.
No, you were pretty much Mussolini.
You bet 375. I think AJ raises here.
Definitely gonna be raising. Unless he wants to try to entice Nate to call.
1500.
Yeah. 1200, 1300, yeah. I like the 1500 size. Okay.
1225 is good. He's not getting called by anything here.
Slightly less than 4x. You get a snap fold from Fuat.
I think if I'm AJ, I'd probably just raise the flop or turn. So you're so deep, you want to get some money in when you have a set. And Fuat probably still peels to hit his gutter.
All right, we're going on a dealer switch now. Looks like Katie's going to be in the box. We're just a pinch over 2 hours into this stream. For those of you tuning in, staying with us, we appreciate it. I know decent number of you guys are switching over to that $1 million cash game. Don't blame you. But again, for those of you, just for the record, for those of you that are here at 8 o'clock as that $1 million game, I want to give you guys extra points. The hustler doesn't give out points. We do. We'll give away. Sorry, Eric. Just because they're not tuning into the loyal, because there are loyal ones, they're watching our stream. I'm going to give them 3,500 points in the chat. 5-10-25 here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live.
$6,000 girls at your house? Quiet. One more. I'll stop.
They're joking. I know that's pretty fun.
More for him.
I'll take another. I'll take 2 more. Yeah, we'll take 2 more.
You know, the way I'm running, there's no way I'm winning. That's so fun.
Back and forth. Well, you know what? Even though you're back and forth, appreciate it. Still giving you guys extra points. On a flip here, Dini with the nuts. Yep, turning the nuts with a straight. Nutter butters for Danny Marks, finally winning a flip.
After you showed the jacks, I was like, I'm ready for that.
I'm not gonna lie, I have the $1 million game on too. The $1 million game on too.
Juice it up.
Because I realized that you were coming. It came over to me. It did come over to you. Oh, we got a net game or a... Yes, please. Now I can afford to lose the net game.
All right, knit game in effect. All right, we are back in knit game is back in effect here. Hey, TLS, Alex Kinney has became one of my favorite. He was, I got the opportunity to play with him last week. Probably the coolest guy I've played with, like super even keeled. He was like talking to the table and genuinely interested. Even if he was faking it, he was genuinely interested or pretended to be genuinely interested in players at the table. So even keeled, very humble. So cool guy though, super cool guy. He's definitely my favorite.
Yeah, he's a super action player. Really enjoy watching him on Hustler. All right, so with the Nick game back on, OFC is going to open 6-3 or ISO 6-3 on the button. It's actually going to open it 225. Hopefully get the blinds to fold and just take us down. Fuat just jams. Queen 6 offsuit. This is a really easy way to get rid of your nip button here. When you, AJ's like, what is he doing? What does he have?
The total of my 2 cards is 6, and they weren't even a pair.
And he shows it to get rid of the button.
How much? $6,000 not to pay $800. I love it. Well done. I love it.
Paying like $6,000 not to pay 800. Oh, that's great. It's funny, a lot of these guys will just do some wild stuff just to get rid of their button when the bounty is only $100 a player, so you're effectively paying the players less than you would be putting into a pot. And yes, Alan Keating is well liked as a poker player. Seems to have a good reputation everywhere.
Save me some money, maybe. I don't know.
Jonas waking up with a premium here, ace king suited and +1.
I like it. Well played.
And it's gonna fold to AJ on the button with pocket jacks. He's gonna 3-bet this. I wonder what Jonas is going to do for a 4-bet here. 3-bet to 450. Go about 1,200. Yeah. This is gonna be a good hand here. Eric just walked in.
Hey, what's happening?
We got Jonas waking up with ace king suited and +1, and AJ 3-bets him on the button with jacks.
Ooh. So my
He
boy
just
Nate's
called.
doing well.
Yeah, your boy Nate won a big one earlier. What a funny guy, man.
He's great. He's very funny.
I think AJ's gonna bet here, probably about 450. 600. No, you always think what you would size to here.
Right.
They do.
And with the knit game in effect, he's going to ramp it up a little more because I think people are going to be calling lighter,
Right.
knowing that he's trying to get rid of the nip button.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And,
Jonas hits everything. Ace, king, spade. Great turn for Jonas.
I think you just check call one more street
Yep.
and just give up on the river.
Yep.
It's a lot easier than PLO.
Yeah.
Commentating at PLO.
And Jonas loses the minimum.
Well, it went check, check.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll fire at it here? No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check.
I think AJ just gives up because, you know, what calls him?
I think he's gonna. He can still bet small for value, targeting like 10s, 9s, 8s.
I use it as
No, he does check behind.
it's made me a better.
Yeah, Jonas says, I've got ace high. Okay, yeah. No, Jacks is a good hand.
Well, he lost the minimum.
Yeah, that was a really...
I don't use it for that.
I was telling Ed earlier, the pots are way prettier in the higher stakes games because of the colors.
the red, the green,
The
the,
purple.
black, the purple, the yellows. Do we have any yellows out there yet?
Yeah, I think JD had a couple.
Okay.
I think the Jonas had. One day I'll be in this game,
Let's go. Next Saturday?
and then I'll have to grind my way back up 1-2 to play again in like 3 more years. Oh yeah, he's got a ton of yellows over there.
We're like just getting out of that.
You're all dressed nice.
Well, thank you. I went and bought a bunch of new suits.
Yeah.
They, my closet was full of gray and dark blue and very conservative banker looking like things. But I'm getting out of my comfort zone and getting,
Flashy.
you know, cream-colored ones and
Hey, you look like a
checkers.
creamsicle today.
Yeah, this is something good. Nate's got ace 10, 3-bets it to 375 when Carlos makes it 175 and OSC calls with suited connectors. He's going to kind of clear the field. Carlos doesn't like folding.
OFC doesn't like folding either, but
With a raise, he's already halfway there. He's
Yeah,
going
might
to
as
call.
well.
Yeah, he's like, well, I got to call.
Like,
There's
whatever.
10 out there. It cost me 2. Getting 6 to 1 on my money. Oh,
that's a really good flop for Carlos.
Carlos flops top 2. Nate's got top here. He's not getting away from it.
I'd like to see Carlos lead here.
I think so. He's going to take the control back. You know, he's the one that originally raised and then called a 3-bet. So he's going to take it back.
I mean, if you have ace 10 here, you kind of have to call, but I don't think you feel very good about it.
Right. Now, how much is he willing to call from Carlos?
I think you could put in another 1,000 here. Go about half pot.
Half pot sounds good.
I think maybe even 2/3. But I mean, you are losing to ace king, ace queen, ace jack,
Right.
ace 9.
Ace 9, ace deuce, ace 7. And, you know, pocket 9s.
Yeah, pocket 9s.
Pocket 9 seems reasonable for Carlos to have. Probably not pocket deuces, calling a 3-bet.
I think this is the max he could bet here to get called by a worse ace.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean, if he puts him on ace king, ace queen,
He might get away from it.
yeah.
3 deep. Grab a chair. That's Katie's phone.
Now he's losing to ace jack.
Yeah, well,
Which
he's
he
always
was-
losing to ace jack.
Right.
But with the jack on the board, it's less likely that he has it. Carlos makes a big bet, 2,000.
I think you just fold here.
Nate immediately called,
Wow.
and Carlos shows his 2-pair. Now, I accidentally hit next hand. The computer asks you after every hand, is this person safe? Did he get rid of his nip button?
Oh.
And you have to confirm that. I didn't confirm it, so the computer thinks Carlos still has his nip button. We know
Right.
he didn't.
Okay.
So that happened last time also when Katie was running it. She accidentally hit the wrong button one time. So it got down to 2 players, and she goes, the Nick game's done. What do I do? And I was like, all right, let's just cancel it, I guess.
Yeah.
So right now, I just hope Carlos wins a hand in the next, I hope Carlos doesn't lose again.
Well, plenty of players have their nip button.
Yeah, so we might be okay.
So does the computer automatically calculate the bounty
Correct.
from that stack
Correct,
after it's
yep.
over? Okay, so that's why sometimes the stacks might be off if that happens.
Yes.
Okay.
More likely the stacks are off because they add on without telling us.
Right. Yeah, you guys have to work real hard at keeping this thing running smoothly.
I tell people it's not hard, but it's not easy.
It's definitely not easy.
It's not difficult, you know. It's like the process. It's kind of like driving, left, right, accelerate, brake. You know, it's not hard until you do it, and there's mistakes, and you know.
And it's more fun to do while you're drinking.
Exactly.
Just like driving.
Way more fun.
Yeah. JD's been pretty card dead today.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He's fun.
Yeah, I like watching him play.
Here's the camera's going to jump around because Scott accidentally messed up this hand, so he's backing it all the way up, and then he's going to start over. He's actually got Katie pausing the action so he can redo it.
Gotcha. He's doing a good job so far.
He's doing a good job. He Katie and Scott are dealing and then running action tracker. I'm trying to train more people to run action tracker, which as you can see is kind of difficult, but if I can get more people to do it, it'll just enhance our staff.
Right.
So I don't have to be the one to do it the whole time.
I'll do it once in a while if you need help.
I can show you how for sure. So Nate raises to 375. OFC calls. OFC is the wrong guy to try to bluff.
He's got a gutter right here.
Yeah.
I actually like a check raise from OFC.
See, Nate, this is his first time playing on the stream, so nobody knows him. This is a great card for Nate. Now he's got the flush draw,
so
2 live cards.
Did you see the last hand, Nate versus AJ, where Nate had like nothing on the flop and hit the nut straight by the river?
I was watching that.
So this looks like it's turning into one of those hands right here.
I also saw where he had top pair and snap called AJ's bluff and made Fuat fold 2 pair.
Yeah. Oh, he checks?
I like the check because he has so much equity now. He doesn't want to bet and get blown off the hand if OFC does decide to check raise like you were saying. So right now he'd really like to see a river. And
yeah, but I think once it goes...
Yeah. Now he can't represent anything. He's just going to give up.
Yeah. I think if he goes big on the turn, he just folds. It's a dry board. I mean, you can target anything between a jack and the 4.
Ace-5 folds. I agree.
Yeah. Because OFC likes to peel with bottom pair. Not saying he would have folded, but...
Right. And honestly, for Eddie, you can set it right there. Thank you. Yes, please. My cup is out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
If he doesn't, OFC doesn't like to fold pre-flop, so that 2-4 jack, that's right in his wheelhouse, you know.
So this is going till 10?
Yes. Nice. We got 2 more hours on the stream.
Very cool. Yeah, the game I was in right before here was pretty good. Didn't want to leave on get my aces cracked note, but it was my own fault. It's my own fault. Should just folded.
Nate's playing the...
He's going to overcall here.
Deuce, tray, suited.
The clean diaper?
The clean diaper.
Clean diaper.
Carlos with 2 8s. I don't love the check, but with... now I really love the check. Holy cow, the boy just hits over 99% equity. Carlos has less than 1%. He needs 8-8 to come out.
I think if you're the boy here, you can either check or bet small.
I mean, there's only 3 limpers, so there's only $200 in the pot. Yeah, go ahead and let Nate bluff at it. Good job. That's my boy.
I hope your boy doesn't get himself into any trouble.
You know, he was up to 16 and he lost half of it with not believing that Carlos had anything.
Yeah, that was quite the hand there.
Oh, no, don't do it, Nate.
I admire his it's just so small.
Half a pot, $400 and $800 bet.
I think if you're the boy here, I just check my cards and tank for a little bit.
Yeah.
And just like, oh, do you really have a king?
You know what? Thank you. Negreanu will like act like he's gonna fold and then go, No, I'm not going to fold. No, never mind. Let me just make one more call. I'm on a draw.
I like how he's tanking here.
Yeah. I don't want him to raise it all. Oh, he just saved Nate a bunch of money because Nate's definitely barreling the river.
I think he's trying to get called
calls.
by Ace Jack or Jack 9
Or King.
or King. Yeah, any King. Oh.
Nate lets out a loud whistle. He's like, oh, that's why you're not folding. That's why that didn't work.
See if he says.
He said I had the nut level.
It's not the doogie. It's the other game.
Oh, man, my bad.
Yeah, it's not the doogie.
Flop the nuts. Easy game when you flop the nuts.
Yes, then it's just a matter of how much can I extract. And when Nate fired at it again, he was like, you must have something. I'm just going to get paid right now. Let's go for all of it.
It was such a small bet, though. I mean, you just have to call there.
I think that's the way to do it.
I mean, what's he
Let him
betting there
bluff
with?
again.
The chance that he has a king is very small.
Yeah.
10's very small.
You know, any random pocket pair.
Jacks and queens you hear from pre-flop. Aces you hear from pre-flop. Ace king. So, and you're blocking this, you know, blocking all the value hands there. So just let him keep going. A lot of jacks and fives gone already. Carlos is, oh, so Danny raises or ISOs on the button. 400. Carlos calls in the third blind.
I really want Carlos to win this so the computer can get rid of his button.
AJ's gonna call. It's a great game.
It's really, really good game. We were at lunch talking about what a good game this was going to be.
I would love to be rolled to play this. That is quite the flop
Flush
here.
draw for AJ, top pair for Danny Marx.
Carlos has 2 overs, but
Fuat has 2 overs and a gut shot. He needs a 9 or a jack.
yeah. I think if you're Danny, you could still c-bet here, even though this is really not a great board for you. That's a really big bet going into.
He's
that
got
many
top
players.
pair into 4 people, and with his pre-flop raising, he's like, you. Yeah. Carlos says, I overestimated you, Katie.
Carlos has been a little tilted from not getting OFC to pay him off.
He just plays perfect poker against Carlos. And he's on your direct left. What a nightmare situation. Give him the 4 seat next time.
Oh, so AJ check raises.
For a raise, yeah. Let's go.
If you're Danny,
Let's gotta get rid of Fuat.
if you're Danny, I think you have to call here. This board is so draw heavy.
1900 to call.
That's a really big raise.
It really is.
I mean, he's only got a pot size bet left.
That's what the cool kids call the SPR.
Yeah, I mean you're losing to 9-8 here. 8-7, pocket sevens, pocket threes, but the board is also very draw heavy. Like he could
Yep.
easily have 10-9 suited.
Very wet board.
Yep, 6-5 suited.
Fly just landed right on the tree. Funny, I don't know. It's funny to me. It's so weird.
Is it the sign?
I wanted to smack it, but I didn't want to be distracted.
So he started laughing, and Danny goes, "What's funny?" And apparently a fly landed on a card, and he's like, "Why is that funny?" I don't know. I think it's funny. And Danny's like, "What?
Is it a sign that the
What
fly
kind of
landed
tell
on
is
the three?
this?
Yeah.
Is this a tell that you're strong or a tell that you're weak? I mean, what's going on here? Is
don't
this
know.
nothing? Should I just ignore that bit of information?
I think you have to call once here.
I think Danny folds.
I mean, fold is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Surprise flies don't come out of your fucking mouth, you so bullshit.
Carlos, eloquent as ever. Oh, I am going to fix one thing. You see at the bottom where it says Texas Hold'em?
Yeah.
We did that yesterday when we were playing Round of Each. I'm going to change that so that we are posting the vanity. There, now it says Poker House Live at the bottom instead of Texas Hold'em.
It's a gross spot because you can't feel good with your kicker here.
No,
You're
not
eight.
at all.
You got backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight jaw. And I think I still peel once here and see what he wants to do.
He does.
Yep. All right, let's take the volume down a little bit.
Let's see what the fly does on the turn.
Well, yeah, the fly's going to push his stack in. But AJ hasn't really been that aggressive out of position, and that's
Great
a total
card for
break.
Danny.
Yeah.
There's 7 out there. He's got 8 behind. It's effective 3 because Danny's only got 3 left. He says, I'm all in. Danny's like, oh, I'm way behind. This is ridiculous. I have nothing. Carlos like, are you kidding me? What's going on here?
He doesn't have a straight.
No, he just paired his 8.
I know. He just hasn't paired
I
eight.
paired my 8 is good.
Yeah, I think you have to call there.
Wow, great call, Danny Marx.
That's a big pot for Danny. Can pull up stack sizes.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's pop up this right here. Stack size after that hand. We got Jonas up at the top with 13,800. Danny Marx after that hand, 13,000. Carlos, he's doing all right. He's got 11,300. JD at 10,000. Nate, who was up to 16, lost 2 big hands to Carlos and the boy, and he's down to just under 8. OFC, just about 8. Fuat, 6.5. AJ, almost 5. And the boy down at 2,700. Is that accurate? The boy?
Yeah, I believe so. He just bluffed off a bunch before.
Oh, okay. Let's check
I don't know
out
if he
this
reloaded, though.
cumulative. So Jonas up at the top with 9K cumulative winning. Danny Marks with 8. Carlos with 6. OFC with almost 3. And Nate, 1,200. Everybody else in the red. AJ especially, and J-Rock, I think, got beat up 2 hands and said, this is not my night, and just left.
So we only got 3 players left with their nip button. We got Nate, JD, and I think OFC was the third one with his nip button.
Let's hit this button really quickly.
Nate, JD.
So we've got
I do know in a couple of hands. People
And
Jonas,
Jonas.
8 and 9. Yep.
Yeah, because Carlos doesn't have his.
Right.
So what do you think? 2 for 2 JD left with the nip button?
I actually don't. I actually know the answer to that question, so
Oh,
that's
yeah,
not fair.
okay.
'cause I
No
was out there.
spoilers.
Yeah, I can't.
You should have put money on it.
Yeah, no. But I do know people add on, and
Yeah.
people add on. People add on. So just for the record, so
Yeah, we just saw
So Fuat
we just saw a
is
great, phenomenal call by Danny Marks. I
against
think.
who?
Against
AJ.
AJ.
Oh wow.
AJ
He put a lot of pressure
check
on him.
raised him 3x, and Danny called him with top pair on the flop, or on the turn.
Yeah, so Fuat
On the
only
flop, on the
opened
flop.
aces, ace-jack, suited, and now aces again.
Yeah.
So I think when he opens and c-bets, you just have to fold, even if you're OFC and want to peel.
Well, yeah, OFC is definitely calling to set mine in that situation because they're deep enough that, you know, if he flops a 5, he's going to take a stack.
Oh, Poker Monkey's in the chat. Or he
Poker
was.
Monkey.
Where?
On top.
Oh, what's up, Poker Monkey? Lego.
Where's Cup at? Where's the
He's probably driving.
dynamic duo?
He's either driving or sleeping.
He could do both at the same time.
Yeah, it's probably not recommended
Yeah, right.
with an 18-wheeler, but
Well, he has a partner there that takes over while he's not driving. Jonas will get involved here.
Jonas is
9-4.
running really well.
He is. He's and he's playing great.
Yeah, we need to get. I need a 9th player for tomorrow. Convince Nate to play.
What's
Nate?
Yeah.
He's in if the games are done. His kids. He's very involved with his kids' sporting activities.
I'll go to his kids' sporting activities so he could play.
You go step mute with
Yeah.
the camera, video camera,
Just cheer him
record it
on.
for him.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Nice little flop here for Nate, though.
Oh, there it is.
This is
That's it.
Nate's at 89%. Who's got 11? AJ's got 2 pair.
Oh,
If we see a king or a 3, especially if,
I think he needs to come in for the raise here.
yeah, he will. He's aggressive.
He needs to get rid of all, any other single.
Any ace of hearts
Yeah, ace
that
heart,
might
king heart.
stick around.
Fuat snap fold here. His 8's no good.
Yeah.
Stop, fold.
He has to call once.
He's got clean boat outs. Yeah, he's only losing to flush. It's not. I mean, even if Nate has a set here, Nate's never raising with a set.
Let's listen to his chatter. He's like, "Why are you calling? I've got the nit." See, Nate's acting like he has a nit button and he doesn't have a good hand.
I think he can go polar here. At least 1,000.
You only won 400 this time.
He wanted to get paid.
Gets called. Yep.
That was a call me bet.
All right, so we got JD and Jonas left with their nip button.
I do need to double check because they've been.
Double check what?
Scott's had a couple issues with some hands, so. And then stack sizes are.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so stack.
So you're going in the past, and you're going in the future to see if the stack sizes have been updated.
Yeah.
Got it.
That's correct. Okay, we're good.
I think Jonas and Danny Marx are playing the closest to
Optimal.
optimal right now.
Yeah,
for
so-
pre-flop and their VPIP.
Yeah. Danny Marks has a 8% delta between his VPIP and his PFR, and then Jonas.
The accountant
8%?
uses words like delta.
I know. Big boy words.
Big boy word.
I like.
Fuat, what are you talking about? Fuat's the most
He's got a-
optimal.
Yes,
With a 40% difference between his VPIP and
His
PFR.
Omega is
Yeah.
40.
Yeah. Something.
JD's actually playing pretty optimal as well, 20%.
He's
his-
so card dead, man.
Yeah, card distribution is super, super rough.
I was excited to be back here because I wanted to watch JD, and
I tell you what, like, if you commentate enough of these, because I joke that, you know, when you're playing, you can take hands off because, like, you know, like Brad, if you and I are sitting at a table,
Right.
we're chat. All the
You can
players
go have
playing.
a cigarette. You can check your messages.
Yeah.
You can do whatever. Here, you have to concentrate on every hand
Yeah.
and the possible outcomes of what would you do in this scenario from all these different perspectives. It really helps your game.
It's helped my game a lot,
really,
like a lot.
my game needs help. I think we all need a little help, though.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Just when you think you're getting better, you realize how much worse
Well,
you
yeah.
are than.
Except for the Germans, he doesn't need any help.
These damn Germans.
Top pair, top kicker. People, you know, just giving him money.
Yeah. I mean, my family's Austrian and Lithuanian,
Right.
so technically I should be playing a little bit better than I am.
Yeah.
Name's your last name Coffin? Like nail in the coffin?
I thought you would like put him away and judge.
I think AJ comes along for the ride.
He's a judge.
Former judge. He's not a current judge.
Who's the judge?
Five seat, Carlos.
Oh, okay.
Former state judge.
So AJ, the computer says he has a 7% chance of winning, but we can see he's only got 1 out, so that brings it down to like a 2% chance of winning. The 7 of clubs and the spades have both been folded.
Yep.
So he's got
about
1 out.
2%. Yeah. That's his alpha, correct?
That's his. That's his. I
Alpha,
think it's his
Omega.
gamma.
That's his gamma. Okay.
I don't even know any
No
other
gamma,
ones.
no future.
It's Tau, Alpha, Kappa, Alpha. I don't know. It's Kappa.
Ooh.
We block bet there on the river, on the turn.
Jonas coming in.
I think he has to call here. He does not like this.
No.
I don't think it. I actually.
I think this is hand 3 in a row that they beat up on AJ.
Well, AJ, you know, bluffed the last one.
Yeah.
Voluntarily give that away.
And well, the one before that, he bluffed that one too.
I think it's a check.
This one, he's actually, you know, not bluffing this time. He's got top pair.
I think you
Yeah.
go like 1,000 to 1,500 for some thin value.
No, he's gonna go. I think he's gonna go closer to at least 2K because he's targeting a weaker ace.
I would say 2K.
At least
And now, yeah.
2,200. Oh, he's going for the yellows.
Yellows.
22 is my number, I'm guessing.
Yellow. I'll take the over 25.50.
Wow, that's a very big bet.
He's targeting ace jack.
I think with the way AJ's been playing, you have to assume that you might get called a little late here. But Jonas hasn't really been.
He hasn't been getting too out of line.
He hasn't bluffed at all, I don't think, from what the other players have seen.
He check raised at 7 and 8 clubs on a pair plus gutter
Oh,
backdoor,
right.
yeah.
But aside from that, I mean, he's pretty much shown the nuts, which hasn't been getting out of line. I think
I'm not gonna lie. I'm obviously commentating on this, but I knew we were gonna lose some viewers because of this $1 million game.
He lets it. Oh, he does call.
Oh wow.
Oh, actually, he snapped all in.
Did he snap all in, or did he just call?
Or maybe he called for how much did he bet? 25.50, and he only had 25.30 left over. So yeah, he did call off.
He's having a good.
I wonder if Jonas knew how much he had, and that's why he bet that much.
Just leave him a little behind.
No, it's just.
No, it was 20 more. He just added on. He bet 25.50, and he only had 25.30, according to the computer.
Yeah, and AJ's gonna reload.
Yeah, of course he is. He's a
pew pew.
Perfect timing. He's doing some online shopping in his head right now.
I joke with Jonas. He's Moneymaker 2.0.
Yep.
I think he's only here for like 2 more weeks.
I took Jonas and Chris out to the range Saturday, or was it Sunday? Sunday,
Golf?
I think. And he's a really good shot.
Golfer?
No, shooting.
Shooting range. Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't go to.
No, it was Saturday.
golf
It was
range.
Saturday because Friday we were supposed to go to Top Golf.
Friday we went to Top Golf.
This Saturday.
I did better Saturday than I did Friday.
Let's see, 3-bet jacks on the button.
And that's it.
And Jonas just folds Jack 9 suited.
Back east, when we say we go to the range, it's normally
It means golf
driving
range.
range. We don't have.
Actually, that's.
We don't have, guns as
you
much.
don't have gun
as
range?
Yeah,
And-
we do, but we don't have guns really.
Yeah, I have all the guns.
I only have 2.
It was such a culture shock moving here. A lot of the things.
Well, Jonas and Chris are from Europe, so Jonas asked me how many guns I had, and I was like, I mean, how many shirts do you have? I don't know how many
Right.
guns I have. If you have enough guns, if you know how many guns you have, you don't have enough guns.
What if he looked you deadpan in the face and just goes, "I only have 2."
I have 2. I have four shirts. I'm like, oh, I have considerable.
Well, you need more shirts.
Yeah, bro, you need more shirts.
So Jonas opens 5-4 suited, +1.
Nate Coffin.
Nate is gonna come in
Big,
for
slick, suited.
wow. For
What's he going to make it? Big one, 475.
It's actually small.
it's a little small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I probably go about 600.
Yeah, you usually want to go 4x. That's like kind of like the quote-unquote rule. Now, it depends. If you know your opponent's going to call it a little lighter, you can size up
Right.
the 4x. If they're a little tired, you can go
I think
3x.
that's a good bet sizing against
Against
Jonas,
Jonas.
thinking he's not going to call you light,
Right.
and then Jonas just calls him light.
But I think that this is
Yeah.
a good ace cracker hand for sure.
For sure.
And Nate's been bluffing a lot too. So if he checks to Jonas, Jonas could just bet here and take it down. His backdoor diamonds.
I think Jonas
backdoor
checks
straight
behind
draw.
one time.
Oh,
Wow, now it's going to go check.
bet, call.
I would have
It
liked to
might-
see him bet the flop though.
Yeah.
Because
He's going to delayed C bet, and now it's not going to work.
I don't hate the delayed C bet.
he could even raise here and get him to fold. Because what is he really repping? Jackson 10 still bet here.
I agree. Now I think, what are they on hand? 53. Oh yeah, Nate gets here with no diamonds. That's my boy. Sorry, I'm not biased, but I want my boy to win.
All right, I'll go for Jeremy since y'all lost 2 World Wars.
So what do you go here for value? About 15?
You said Jeremy? Did you mean Jonas?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go Germany this one time. You can go 1,000, like 1,200.
Yeah, I mean, he's not calling here.
Very small bet. Yeah, you can't call it 5.
Jack 10 does get in if he had
Wow.
that.
Yeah.
But I just don't think anyone's folding ace king here when he finally gets there.
All right, another $1,000 for Nate. when you said we had a cancellation earlier, and I saw Nate was playing, I kind of joked around. I said, "Hey, you want to jump into the 5, 10, 25?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "I mean, 5K buy-in." He's like, I've got 10 on me." And I was like, I was kidding, but if you're serious, and he goes, "No, I filled the seat already." And I was like, "Oh, all right." And then when J-Rock left,
I filled it with J-Rock.
sick.
J-Rock was
sick
quick
needle.
in and out. I think it was like 2-3 hands.
Yeah, it was. And
He was gone by hand 10.
I walked over there and I was like, "Hey, you want in?" And he's like, "Yeah."
Boy with ace-7 suited opens and +1. OFC is going to call him the hijack with pocket 3s. JD with jack-9 of clubs in the small blind. We go for a 3-bet here?
You can. That's the thing. When you're kind of card dead and you get
It looks so good.
you get some spots.
It looks good, and also you look like you have the nuts here.
Especially, JD is a very, very competent player. Can be pretty aggressive pre-flop. And the fact that he's been kind of laying down the hands.
OFC looks like he came out of the Matrix right now.
So Nate texted me earlier. He said, "Just got your boy for $1,200 pot. Should I give him a rebate later?" I said, "Nope. Tell him to play better." And he gave me a frowny face.
He was very funny, though.
No. It was literally, he had 3 combos of hands that scooped me on a double board bump out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was like super sick. I look and I'm like, this, and this scoop. And I'm like, so I did the little, and he had one of the 3. And I said, it put me on tilt a little bit. It was a correct call for the record, but it was just like, really? You have one of 3 combos?
Yeah.
On a double board bomb pot.
The famous last words of, well, there's only like 2 hands that scoop me here.
Yeah.
Let me see it. Here's $1,200.
I'm just going to stop playing these double board bomb pots.
So JD just taking advantage of his image, I think, a little bit. He's opening 10-9 offsuit on the button.
Yeah. He's like, "This is
Fuat's
pretty
not
easy."
folding.
I tell you what, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous for Fuat. Because
I was nervous for Nate, obviously.
I was nervous for Fuat just because I know he's a lot of action.
Right.
And I've seen him, we've seen him play some of these 5-5, 5-5, 10 streams, and I'm like, and he's like, I was like, it's 5-10. I send this mass text message out, like, here's what we got Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I'm not saying you can't play.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you the out.
Well, no, so like when they play this, like, oh, nice, gets
Clubs
there on the
gets
river.
there. But
Yeah, it's just a good check.
yeah, it's just going to check around.
I don't think JD's going to stab here.
It was the front door flush.
It's a good card for JD to bet, though.
Yeah, it really is. If he bets it big, like 500.
Ace King, Ace Jack, Ace
Nice
10.
bet, 350.
Yeah, the boy's going to call.
Yeah, he does. Snap call, too. Didn't even think about it.
All right, the boy picking up some chips. I really, the boys. So I was telling.
We telling the story about the boys 12 years old.
Yeah, I showed him the video.
Oh,
I
did
showed
you?
him from CCR.
He looks kind of what I think he would look like, but also at the same time,
I had no idea who it was. I went to introduce myself to him. I'm like, "Oh, I don't know, a new guy here. What's your name?" He goes, "The boy." And I was like,
All of us.
"Oh, damn! I've never seen you before."
I was walking in. I walked in like right before when he waved at me in the parking lot, and I'm just like,
You just like nod, like,
no,
"Okay."
I'll wave back because I didn't want to be rude. Like, hey, what's up? And he sits down. I'm like, who are you?
Did you ask him that?
I
Or you
actually
were just like-
I really,
You put the piece together quicker than I did.
Well, Moneymaker, Carlos, and Hayden were like, they didn't know who it was.
Right.
And then they're like, yeah.
Who else? Carlos was with us. Yeah,
Carlos and
Hayden,
then Paulo.
Moneymaker, Paulo, and then Terrell showed up. at
Yeah,
the
Terrell showed up. What's that?
end. He goes. That fly cost me $5,000 last time it landed. Were you in here for that?
No, what happened?
He tried bluffing.
Who?
Danny, JD, or not JD. Excuse me.
he tried bluffing
AJ tried bluffing
Danny.
off. Danny just had. I paired my 8, and he starts laughing. Danny's like, "What's funny?" He goes, "The fly just landed on that 3.
Yeah.
Why is that funny?" I don't know. I think it's funny. And he calls him.
Says maybe it's a sign.
Yeah, maybe it's like.
That's what Danny said?
Yeah.
I totally missed that. Danny.
No, that's what AJ said.
That's what he just, and then he rips the turn
How about this? You give me 5,000, I'll play.
with a flush draw.
Okay.
You pay me 5,000 cash.
A Fuat stabs here. I don't think JD calls.
I don't have any, but thank you.
I can sell his down for $10.
Danny says if you give me, it's a fly. Danny says give me $5,000 and I'll let you know what your tell was for me to call with 8 high where I paired my 8. OFC said I'll tell you for $10 it was the fly. The fly was your tell. JD picks up another hand. Let's go JD.
And picking up the V-Pip, he was at like 18%, I think, at one point.
He was at like 25 earlier, and then he went down.
Yeah, he dropped down to 18.
Do you have a seat open tomorrow
I have a seat
for
open.
5-5-10 3K buy-in?
3K buy.
3K buy.
If-
I need to make the thumbnail for tonight.
So there's, depending on which child he's going to go watch, he's got 5 kids.
Yeah.
So he's got a daughter who dances, a son who's just a baseball stud. He's got some young
Fuat?
kids that are probably involved in stuff. Fuat with pocket aces.
Again with
Again.
aces. The third time tonight. Flat opens.
Wonder why he has
Everyone folds.
10K, 11K.
So, you know, I was telling Brad that when I had these new guys step up in stakes, like, because the boy went from
Yep.
2.5 Sunday, next
Right,
gen 1,500 cap to like 5.510, 5.510, 5.5 ROE, and then
Holds his
5.5
own.
quarter. No. And I'm like, dude, just these guys play freaking deep.
Yeah.
The straddle's always on, and these guys match. And you're expected to do the flips and,
Yep.
you know, all
Yep.
the stuff. So just.
Just so you know, when I say, you know, it's like when we were playing 1-3-6 with a 2K buy-in, match
Yeah.
the stack, and all of a sudden there's a 3-way all-in in the first hand, and the top stack is 6K, and 7 people add on to 6K, and the guy who had 2K in
Yeah.
his pocket is like,
What the hell?
what
Yeah.
just happened?
Yeah,
You're
he-
the baby stack.
You know, and he's like, I mean,
You're 2,000 deep and you're the baby stack.
He's like, I can play 1-3-6 with a 2K buy-in, but all of a sudden it's 1-3-6, 25, 50 because you guys play Houston rules up here for some reason, and
it was
that
great,
was
yeah.
fun. That was back in January when we first started streaming the big games.
3A all-in against Broadway, top set, second set. And, like, it was Galoo that hit
First
6K.
hand.
First hand. He triples up, and then everybody just, like, adds
Bing.
up for 6K.
This is a big 3-bet from Jonas after knowing that JD hasn't been playing many hands.
He might think JD is getting out of line because he just played the last, like, 3 hands,
Right.
and he might think,
wow.
wow,
Ace-Queen suited, he calls there.
man, those dang Europeans are just so good.
And Fuat, in the game where I played with him, someone jammed for like 900 over his straddle.
Fuat
And
just
he's like,
called.
I can't fold. And he had King 9 suited. And he calls.
He's got King 6 suited right
know.
now.
If he hits a pair, he's not folding here.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Well, good thing
now,
you-
now do you check if you're
Yeah, you
doing
have
this?
to check. You have to
Obviously.
check.
You're
You
like,
have to- you have
well,
this board
you know
locked up.
what? I bet anyway.
Oh, Fuat's going to lead out here.
I actually don't hate this lead.
If
he's
I'm
get-
Jonas, I don't
he's-
hate this lead either.
Yeah. Fuat has actually all
I
the flush
actually
draws.
do, because you know, if another club peels,
Yep.
Fuat can represent it.
I think Fuat does have all the flush draws, but just not clubs.
He could just have the ace of clubs, the naked. He could have a, you know,
Is he coming for the raise here?
ace
I
nine
hope
with the ace
not.
of clubs.
I hope he just calls.
He's grabbing purples.
Man,
Yeah.
he's way better.
See, this is the thing about commentating and playing. It's like when Fuat did that to me, he had an air ball.
Right.
I should have just called with top set. The
Right.
board is so draw heavy. Here on such a monotone board, I mean, you just gotta. I think you just have to call. You know.
I call for pot control. He's probably raising to get you off a draw. I don't know what his thinking. I mean,
I think he's trying to target an ace, king, queen of clubs here,
yeah, just
or some straight draw
Somebody
that
who
doesn't
might
put him on
call
a
you
flush.
with a club.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate the raise,
he
but
wants to deny some equity.
right. But after playing with Fuat, I think on some of his leads, I might just flat from now on.
And what do you do if a club hits on the turn?
Fold.
I mean, that's
If you're Jonas?
yeah.
Evaluate.
Yeah, I think you still call one, and if he barrels a river, then you fold.
Sizing matters too. I mean, if it's a small
Half
bet or a
pot.
big bet, half pot. I mean, depending on your odds of what you think he has. Because I mean,
If I'm right there in that situation, I put him on having a club
right,
and blocker betting it.
for
So
sure.
if I just call and another club comes out, I know my 5 high is done.
Like JD, I think ace with the queen of clubs. So if JD's in there,
Yeah.
you know, he's just check calling, maybe 2 streets, and then I don't even know how good he feels about his queen.
Yeah, not at all. Nate's in the straddle.
We're already 3 hours into the stream.
Yeah.
Hand 60 is coming up next.
Is that a?
I lost my ID. I don't know where it is.
Do you have one?
Yeah, my passport. Remember, I've been using my passport.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even think you have an ID. You know, you don't have a license, right?
No.
Must be nice just to break the law every day.
You don't have a license?
I do.
He doesn't have the card.
Yeah, but
No.
I have one.
Just
I am legal to drive. I just lost it and I haven't replaced it.
so now Danny's
I lost
double
it
gut.
last
He needs
summer.
a 9 or a jack, a 9 or a king. 10 doesn't help him.
Carlos's lead here is. It's going to be enough to get Danny off of his hand most
900
likely.
in the pot. He bet 600. 2/3 pot.
It's very interesting being in here versus the room out there. I feel like we're going into the future every
Yes.
time we step out of this room.
Yeah.
Isn't that? It's a little weird. So I think Carlos can rep the second nuts here, or the nuts.
Yeah, he's right now. He's got the best hand, but he might turn it into a bluff because he doesn't think he has the best hand. So if he bets right now, he's turning his hand into a bluff.
I think it was like 1,500 will get the job done here.
Good bluff. Good bluff with the best hand. Now Danny's just gonna fold because it's too much, and that's the combination blocker bet / bluff.
It's like a
value bluff.
value bluff.
Because Danny Marx can rip it right now.
I mean,
And Carlos has to fold. Now Danny's like, how often does this work where I can get Carlos to fold? The spade does come home. Carlos has the king high draw, so he knows.
he doesn't even need to raise that much to get it through, though.
But a min click is $3,200.
Right. I mean, but what are you targeting to fold?
Yeah, I mean,
He led on the 8,
Yeah.
which is super weird.
Carlos.
Yes.
He didn't bet the flop.
I thought Danny bet the flop, and then Carlos called.
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, if we had another room on the left here, we could go further into the past
Yeah,
and
we
figure that out.
actually can. We can pull it up on YouTube and rewind and watch
That's
it.
true.
But I don't care that much.
It's nice to see a bunch of purple chips out there.
Yes. And that stack of yellow in front of JD.
Yeah. I always thought it was funny how they made the 2 main colors of chips red and green when like a certain percentage of men have red-green color deficiency.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Good observation. I didn't even think of that.
I have a hard time sometimes seeing if a stack is green or black if the guy's
Right.
across the table from me or the lady.
I was doing a tournament in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and their tournament chips did not have denominations on them.
That's weird.
So the guy's like, I have no idea what I'm betting.
Right.
I have no idea. You know, like, can somebody help? Like, normally he goes through and he can stack them looking at them. But,
This is a great flop for AJ.
yeah, he's got middle pair, flush draw.
I don't think OFC is going to fold to it.
No, he's got bottom pair, backdoor nut draw.
Fuat has top pair.
Yeah.
It's a good flop.
JD whiffed, but everybody else has a little something to play with, especially AJ. AJ has the most equity, but Fuat has the best hand right now.
Well, JD folds at 1%. It's probably going to go to AJ there.
I think it goes
Or
to
to Fuat?
Fuat because
Yep, it did go to Fuat.
yeah, the king doesn't help him against AJ.
Yeah, I just noticed the king. I was thinking more his 3 would be gone, but I didn't see that AJ had the king. This TV gets to you after a while.
Yes.
I remember this is like binging Netflix on a Saturday.
I did that this Monday, Tuesday is my weekend, and because I stream
Right.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I binged Better Call Saul season 6.
Oh, it's so good.
So good.
So good. I just finished it a couple months ago.
I finished it last night, actually.
Did you? Oh my god. What'd you think?
It's good. I mean, I'm not gonna give any spoilers, but I'm a big fan.
AJ did it again with the flush draw. He raised to 1250. This is what happened in the hand with Danny.
We check raised. Yeah.
He check
okay.
raised. See, the problem is now on the flop, 7-5 is already a straight.
Mm-hmm.
Fuat must have a read on AJ here.
I mean, he just doesn't believe him. Coincidentally, Danny Marx called him down with top pair, which was an 8.
Yeah.
Also.
8-5. 8-5 with diamonds. But here that 9 shouldn't change anything. So Fuat blocks the top. Yeah, I'd just check it back here if I'm Fuat.
Yeah.
I think AJ's had enough bluffing for
Yeah,
the day.
he's like, God, these guys can't fold. Should have known
It's a great
better.
game when people can't fold.
Should have known better than to try to bluff guys that can't fold. These idiots.
So that if he did that with like pocket 4s or pocket 6s, he's getting paid.
Yeah, Better Call Saul. Great Netflix.
You watch Breaking Bad also?
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
that's one of the best TV shows.
For sure. I watched it, and then I watched it again with my wife who didn't watch it.
Yeah.
And the second time I watched it, it like went so much faster. I was like, holy cow, whoa, we're
Yeah.
already done with this. Holy cow.
Trying to get my fiance to watch it, but she's not really into that kind of stuff.
I mean, neither's my wife.
She likes British baking show and you know, like Queer Eye and all
Like
these
The
like feel good
Bachelor,
shows and
yeah.
the Barefoot Contessa.
I don't know. I don't watch a lot of TV. I just don't have time for it.
Yeah.
JD's got a real hand here. Let's it go. The boy makes it 150. Carlos calls, and JD folds ace-10, which, I mean, it's a pretty easy fold, but
I think the boy's gonna have to c-bet here.
Carlos hits top pair. The boy's got middle pair, backdoor outs. Fuat's got the, nothing really. Backdoor straight, backdoor flush, but really nothing to do with this hand. It's an easy fold.
Call once. Boy was doing well at first, and then just got himself into 2 pretty gross spots.
That's good for the boy. Now Carlos needs an ace,
Wow.
a 9, a
Check-
5.
good check back.
Good check back. Well, he's worried if you do have an ace, you beat my 5 kicker.
Right. So I think if the boy bets here for value, he'll get called.
1,200. I would say he bets 700. Oh, he's going to go big. I think he gets away from it.
It's too big.
Yeah, it was really trappy.
Look at that. It's a very heavy Broadway board there.
Yeah, it was damn near pot-sized bet.
I think if you go like 800, you might get called from a worse ace.
I was thinking 6 or 7, you might get called by an ace. But he's going to show his ace and let it go. Good fold. Oh, a little bit of acting going on here.
Does he talk much at the table,
No,
the boy?
I've never heard him say a word. I mean, until we went out to eat. He's a ninja.
He is a ninja.
I mean, you don't know his face. I've never heard.
I asked him about it once. I said, why do you wear the mask? And he says, I started wearing it while I was playing poker during COVID, and I just
He thought it helped
got
his game.
comfortable in
Yeah.
it, and it's just a
He's
thing
like,
now.
it's a game of incomplete information, and if I can give you less information, all of these guys think I don't have any tells. I don't have to worry about it. But everybody does. He just,
I was always curious if I had tells or not.
Yeah, for sure. That's another really nice thing that we were talking about. Commentating on this improves your game because you have to analyze all these different scenarios. Playing and going back and watching yourself, I found a lot of tells, live tells that I had when I would go back and watch myself play. I'm like, oh man, every time I've got a flush draw, I take a big exhale and my cheeks puff out, and I'm thinking, I'm like, oh.
That's good to know. We should play heads up sometime.
I've cured a lot of the tells that I thought I had, or that I recognized.
Yeah, someone pointed out something to me once, but I still don't see it.
Yeah. About yourself?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, so they can see something and they go, oh, he scratched his ear. But they don't necessarily know what that means if it doesn't go to showdown. Does that mean he has the nuts, or does that mean he's bluffing? Does that mean he's on a draw? What does that mean? So here you get to see everything, and now you go, oh, that's what that means. That's why he did that.
I like to just pick a spot on the felt and just stare at it, whether I'm bluffing or value. But if people see me talking during a hand, I'll talk whether I'm bluffing or if I have it.
I found out for myself. And it was actually a reverse tell, because the guy says I was talking, and I talk. Most people I see talk when they're really strong, and they're comfortable.
There are a couple players here who talk when they're weak only.
Right. And you gotta analyze, like, is this a forced talk, or are they just gonna try to bluff you, whatever. So that's why it's better to not say anything. That's why I try to do that. But I was playing against somebody, and I had the nuts, and he's like, no, I was bluffing. And I shut up. And he's like, oh, the mouth, you're going to shut up now? You got the nuts? Oh, you're not fooling me. And he mucks like 2 pair. And I was like, so he saw me being quiet as strength. And for me, it was just the opposite. I always talk when I'm like, go ahead and call me. What do give me all your chips. Let's go. And they recognize that as, he's bluffing me. He's trying to get me to, but so it was like reverse type thing.
That's so funny.
And I got him to fold a good hand because he thought I was strong when I was bluffing. And it was like, oh.
Those are the best, man.
Me not knowing that my tell was a reverse tell. I didn't try that. I just like was so easy to read, but he interpreted it wrong.
Yeah. I was playing 2 weeks ago here, and I flopped quads. And I bet flop
on the stream, or just
no,
okay.
In the room. I like opened 2s and cut off or something in the small blind or big blind. I was in button cut off. The small blind or big blind. It's been like flatting premiums all day. So like flop comes like 2-2 whatever, and he checks. I bet he check raises me, and I call.
Just flat.
And then he checks turn, and I bet turn, and he calls.
Okay.
Then he checks river. And I bet massive, like I go huge, because I figure this dude's easily got like jacks or 10s
Makes
here.
us look bluffy.
Yeah, it was like a 7 high board, and he goes, "I think you're trying to rep what I have." I'm like, "Oh, you have a 2?" And he's just like, "Well, I don't know what you could have here," and he calls me with queens.
Wow.
Yeah, that's gross.
OFC and Nate Coffin sharing the same cards, Ace-6 and Ace-6. AJ right between them with King 10 suited. Now we finally have a hand to commentate on. The last few have been raise and take it.
Yeah. Wonder if Nate's going to get a little out of line here.
No.
He thought about it a little bit.
He did, but I think those last 2 hands where he lost, $6,000-$7,000 have kind of like, okay, let's tighten this up. I was way up, and I was playing everything, and he's definitely a field player. He's not a by the book. Fuat got.
Yeah, this is a good flop for Fuat and AJ.
Flops the open-ended. AJ's got top pair.
I think OFC is just out of there.
Yeah, he's got no part of it, especially when Fuat just blocks into it.
See,
donk bets.
That's the thing. He donks with bluffs and he donks with draws. So when he donks,
you don't know what it means.
You don't know what it means. So if you raise, it's like almost an overplay in a sense when he's bluffing. But you don't want to flat either and give him a
Yeah,
price
you
to
want
hit
to
his draw.
deny some equity.
He's probably going to go about 500 here.
It's a good bet.
Yeah, so 550. I mean, he basically just doubled his bet, you know. It's all one-third sizing, very blocky. I mean, if I'm AJ here, I mean, I can't raise because of the spades just got in. One of the main draws got in.
Exactly.
But I'm not folding for a 1/3 pot here.
He's getting a good price with one pair. I think he does fold. He's got, because Fuat would have let out doing the donk bet with a flush draw.
Yeah,
or
but
with something like 8-jack also gets there.
I think Fuat. I think it's too nitty to fold here. Wow.
He lets it go.
Oh, Jack 10? Jack 10.
Jack 10.
Jack 10 is good.
I love Fuat. He's so funny. And I sat next to him that last stream. He was so funny. He's just so entertaining. Really nice guy. I'm surprised AJ fold. He must have just been getting run over so much earlier.
Yeah, he's like, man, what?
He's in tournament mode, trying to conserve his stack instead of. Yeah.
Let's glance at this. AJ is that correct? Is
Wow.
he down 20K?
I know he was down 11K.
Okay.
Like 15 hands ago, maybe.
Okay.
And what's the VPIP here? See that?
Voluntarily putting money in pre-flop. Fuat 54%. Danny Marx down to 18. That's not a surprise. JD 25. Jonas 29. The boy Carlos and Nate up in the lower 30s. AJ in the upper 30s. OFC 42. That's kind of low for OFC.
What's he at?
42. He's normally up in the 60s.
Yeah, Fuat's also. Fuat was. They were talking about it earlier
Yeah.
in the high 80s last.
Yeah. Fuat doesn't fold.
Fuat does not fold.
All right. We've got a $900 pot here. This is a flip.
And I think, right, edit setting a percentage of this goes to production.
That is player's choice.
Player's choice.
They said for all the work you do, we're just going to tip you, but we're just going to do a flip on every dealer change and tip you guys out
It's like
for all the hard work, and we appreciate it.
JD and the boy are the two in the running here for this hand. And JD wins with king high flush.
It's a good hand.
Almost hit a royal.
You know how hard it is to get a flush when you have 4 diamonds in your hand?
I got it. Oh! With the 6?
That must make you feel better.
So JD, ready for the next hit button game? For sure.
Hit button.
Hit button.
Let's go.
They're going to bring up the knit button.
Again, one more time. We got 1 hour left.
1 hour.
All right, you want to take a little friendly wager here? Who's
I'd
going to be
love
left
to.
with it?
Okay. So, yes.
So first time it was JD. Second time it was JD or OFC? I think it was OFC, right?
I don't know at all.
Jonas
It was
got it
down
through.
to it was down to JD and OFC won it
Okay,
the first time.
right.
And I've never seen OFC not be out in the first 3 hands. So that was fun. Who do you want to pick?
We gotta go for let's go for Danny.
I was picking Danny.
Were you?
Yeah, I had my 2 up there. I'll take the boy then.
All right.
Now, to make it interesting, must lose, right?
Must lose, yeah.
All right. What are we betting?
Bragging rights.
All right, I love bragging.
Or whatever Ed has here on the table.
5, 10.
Oh, he's got blacks there too.
Yeah.
One black.
1 black from Ed. Whoever's right gets one of Ed's blacks.
Okay, whoever's wrong gets 2.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to pick OFC then,
All right.
because I want to be wrong.
So Carlos is the only one here who has a real hand.
Right.
Ace Jack of Diamonds.
But everybody.
I don't mind Nate's call in the hijack for the Nick game or
4,
Fuat's
6,
call.
deuce 6 suited.
No more 6s really coming.
Right.
He just folded a 6 there.
We need flush draws.
Ooh.
Carlos has all of this. It's going to be a bet and a fold and a fold.
Let's go 500, 600 here. It's so draw heavy. I mean, you can size up and charge a lot of draws here.
And he wants to get rid of the ace, specifically ace 9. I hate that ace 10 is 2 pair against you.
Yeah, so he bets 550.
Yeah,
I like that size a lot.
Great
And
bet, Carlos.
Gonna fold.
Fold.
They have spades, Jack 9, 9 7,
Yeah.
10x, worst ace.
Fuat said, "Show me ace queen." He shows me ace jack. Yeah.
Flat nose. 18 viewers.
Very light on a.
So it's probably my mom, my dad, my brother, my aunt, my uncle.
Might be a bunch of guys from Bemidji watching my boy Nate play.
People love to gamble on that.
Yeah,
that
they do.
chat.
It's super fun. Gives them something to do.
You can't really redeem those points for anything.
Nothing at all. But they lost their freaking mind when I said, "Hey guys, let's do this. I'm gonna start everybody over to 0. Whoever has the most points at the end of the stream, I'll give you a 5 hours of time and a hoodie."
That's. I mean, I would take that.
They lost their mind. They were so mad that I wiped out their points.
Really?
They were so mad.
But the points don't mean anything.
Tell them that because they were gonna lynch me. I had a guy come up like a week later. He goes, "Hey, they said I have to talk to you," and I'm like, "What's up?" And he goes, "I had like 30,000 points and they're gone." And I was like, "Is this guy trolling me right now?" And he was dead serious. And I was like, "Hey, tell you what, give me your username tomorrow. I'll give you 50,000. He's like, "Really?" I was like, "Dude, it's nothing. It's a click of the button. It's nothing." AJ with bottom pair, gut shot.
That is a good card for AJ.
Yep.
Nate checking back here puts him on 2 overs most of the time. He can try to barrel here, but what's he trying to represent if he's checking back on an 8 high flop?
Yeah, Nate's like, "I'm supposed to bet right now. I missed my chance on the flop. I
You're
really can't do it now."
Yeah, you're in the 3-bet
Good
pot.
check bet.
9-7
Good check
shouldn't
back.
be there. And Nate.
Oh, Nate
wow.
just wins it. Now AJ, he's got 2 pair with the ace kicker. He's never folding. AJ's going to lose this hand. He does check back because he's never folding there. Good job. Man, Nate gets bailed out by the deck.
Nate should fold if AJ bets turn.
For sure.
I don't know why AJ's checking back when top pair pairs. It's very unlikely.
Has Nate done some delayed C bets like we were talking? And he was hoping he did that with this exact hand?
But I do know that AJ is he's been getting a little run over today, so he might be.
He might be a little gun shy.
Yeah. Needs to go to the range.
He could. Man, I love going to the range. If anybody's interested, let me know.
I would love to go there.
TLS in the chat says, "Do it again, Eric." No, no.
Do it. You won't.
I dare you.
I'll do it this time.
Oh man. Yeah, you should have seen Eddie's face when I did it. I'm like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna do this," and I went clear all, and he went. No.
I thought when you said they lost their minds, they loved the idea.
No, they lost their mind. They were gonna lynch me. They were so mad. I'm like, guys, it's pretend money. It's like clearing away the Monopoly money so we can start a new game. What are you freaking out about? Oh wow,
boy,
this
here we
is
go.
bad for the boy.
This is bad for.
He's got Jack against Jonas's Queen. A small blind versus button.
And he can think that Jonas is probably doing this pretty light.
Oh, for sure. They're playing the nit game. They know they have to. They know they have to get rid of that button. Otherwise, it's going to cost them an extra $800.
If you see the top left corner, I'm running tracker on this hand.
Okay. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
No
Ed.
spoilers.
Who do you have getting rid of their nit button last, Ed?
It's still currently going on.
I know. What's your guess?
What's your guess? No.
The last 2. I can't because I know who the last
Last one.
No, because then we know.
Oh, he
who
does.
won.
Oh, okay.
I know who the
Because
last.
he has complete information. He's 15 minutes from the future.
That's true. Who was the loser of the last one? First one was JD. Second one was.
Oh, no, the first one was actually J-Rock, and they just let him.
Right.
Oh.
right.
No, JD lost that, and
No, the first net game was J-Rock when he busted and they just left and they didn't.
it should have been J-Rock,
Yeah.
but they didn't, and JD paid everybody.
Wow, he gets 4-bet here. For his entire stack.
Oh yeah, you call.
He
Sure.
has to call.
Easy call. It's wrong. I mean,
He knows he's
we know it's wrong, but
I mean, they were getting it in on
yeah,
the
for
flop
sure,
anyway.
for sure. You know, he just has to hit that jack of clubs on the river.
Ooh.
Doesn't do it. Shows his jacks. Jonas shows queens.
And he just didn't run well today. Run good.
He played really well early on.
So here's a question.
Yep.
Does he buy back in? Because he just tossed his nip button out, so he's out.
He's out.
Now, what are the rules that we play by?
The technical rules of the net game.
He owes everybody $100 if he
still
leaves.
does. He still does.
So
What?
is
Why
that-
does he?
Because
oh,
he's
still has his
going to
button, right.
lose. Everybody else is going to win a hand before he does.
That's kind of insult to injury after getting felted.
That's what
no?
I think. I think if you
Felt.
leave,
Right.
you're out of the Nick game.
It's so tilting to get felted and then have to owe
then have to
$800
pay
more
everybody.
dollars. Yeah.
That's how it's generally played, and then the net game actually starts over
All right.
if they choose to do so.
So
Well, they can't really start over now.
Right.
so
You know-
so what are they doing here? Do we know this or not?
I did not actually
All right.
track. That was
Well,
the last, that was actually.
So the first time when J-Rock did bust out and leave, they continued playing. Nate came in. Nate was not part of the nip button, so JD made the comment that he saved $100 because J-Rock was gone, so he didn't have to pay Nate the 100. You know, so ace jack for Nate. Fuat limps in for 50.
Actually, I actually tracked this hand too.
I think he'll
Marx
ISO
make it
here.
200.
He'll probably go. Oh, Danny raised.
Yeah.
Oh, so he'll
that's
probably just flat.
Yeah,
straddle.
that's a different deal when Danny raises.
Flat's not folding up there.
Jacks against queens.
I still 3-bet this hand. Or 3-bet.
I don't. Wow.
flop.
Oh. Danny Marx with the flush draw. Nate Coffin, top pair, great kicker.
I think he's gonna c-bet here.
Oh, for sure. He's got a great
250.
hand.
250.
I'll take the over. I'll take 400. Make that ace fold. 300. All right,
I was
you were closer.
All right, one black for me.
All right, here, you get one of Eddie's blacks.
All right, so we have
this
to
is
think
close.
that Nate's got an ace now.
Yep. And that's
I was just about to say I think that five's coming. I was just about to say
five for
that.
Fuat. He's like, ah.
That's got to be so tilting.
Oh, no. Now I think Danny Marks should check behind.
I think he needs to go big for some fold equity here. Close to pot.
Now remember,
Math call.
Nate lost a huge pot to Carlos with ace-10 versus ace-9.
I think you just shut it down here if you're Danny.
Yeah.
Flush draw brick.
Especially against Nate when you saw him call $2,000 with ace-10
he's got to
against
go.
Carlos.
He's got to go like 25, 3,000 if he's gonna bluff, or even
Oh,
go
wow.
bigger than that.
All right.
No, it's got to go
Snap
bigger
call.
to get. Yeah,
Snap
he's gonna
call.
call for that price.
Oh, 11. That was easy. He's like, how much? Oh, 11? Yeah, I call 11 for sure.
I mean, if you have a flush draw and that bricks out, you're getting called by like ace-3 there.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice call.
It's really hard to triple barrel when the flush draw miss. I feel like you get looked up a little bit more more light. Good flop for him though.
It's half hour.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sweating it at all. So, I was telling Jeep here how excited the viewers in the chat were when I wiped out their points.
They're super excited.
Oh my god.
TLS said, "Do it again, Eric."
Oh my god,
I was like, they were gonna lynch me.
bro! When he did it, my face like got white, and I'm like,
He's like,
Eric's never doing that again. Just for the record.
no,
It's hard to see that on you though, because you're pretty pale in general.
That's true.
no. But his eyes went howly.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Carlos is in trouble. King Jack. Well,
Well, Fuat got to do is he's not folding. Jonas has the nut flush draw.
nobody's
right
folding.
here.
They're all gonna slow play it.
I think if Jonas is going to start a bluff,
Now's the time.
now's the time. You have to
he
start
can,
it on the flop.
He's actually betting for value. He's got the most equity in this hand with just the nut draw and one overcard.
And there aren't any hearts in anyone else's hand, so I don't know how good you can
If
feel
you're
calling.
king queen with AJ, who is playing gun shy the last few hands just because he's been getting beat out, he's like, he does
Wow.
fold. I was gonna say, what are the chances he folds? He's like, man,
He must be a little tilted there.
yeah. Oh, and he would have hit 2 pair.
He's been running a little rough.
I think Jonas has to size what. Oh, I think he needs to
No,
size way up.
he's gonna check. He's gonna check and try to check.
Carlos is going to bet.
Yeah, he's gonna bet. And I think he's gonna call. He's gonna try to realize his equity.
1,200. Make it big.
I don't think you can go too big on a monotone board like that. 1/3 pot is
When
good.
Jonas bets flop and then checks turn, I think he's gonna go. Is 600 really low?
He could have a baby flush though.
He could.
He could
But
have like a 5-4, 8-7, 9-8.
yeah, 600.
10-9.
I want to bet more to deny him equity to call, and so that's irrelevant.
Yeah, and this is just. I think if you're gonna start,
Check, check.
yeah, I think if you're gonna start a bluff with the ace,
Look at poor JD. He's like, oh my god, I had top 2 pair.
You mean AJ?
Hey, I did mean AJ.
All right, let's take a look at these stack sizes are getting like ridiculous now.
Super fun.
Let's look at these cumulative wins losses really quick. Oh, you guys already looked at it, right? I remember you guys looking.
Yeah,
AJ down 20,000. Jonas is up 15. Fuat's at break even. JD's down 400, but he's been pretty card dead. I mean, his VPIP's only about 22%.
Nate's back up 6K. Danny Marks up 4,500.
Yeah, I think Danny was up about 8K at one point after he losing that hand against Nate. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I was going to say it'll go away by its own. I'm going to quick pull up and see who has the knit button still. Almost everybody.
Danny still got it.
Yeah.
Doesn't he look
Oh,
like he's
Danny
from-
has it still?
Yeah, Danny still got it.
Oh, yeah. It was Jonas who won that hand with queens.
So OFC and AJ have the same hand here. No OFC.
Oh, wait. I picked the boy,
raises.
so I'm out.
Oh, you did.
I picked the boy to lose. So technically I won. But
yeah.
I'm not taking that, obviously.
Carlos thinking if he should call here and at a position with the suited connector against the OFC. I don't hate the call.
No,
Easy.
How much
Easy
was it?
peasy.
300?
It was something like that. He's
He's
value
value
betting.
betting my 7-8. He was too.
I'd rather have the 5-6 suited than the 7-8.
Danny's saying he just bluffed off 3K.
Should get some catered food back here.
You have Cajun food back
I
here?
said you should have some catered food back here
Oh,
for you guys.
I thought you were pointing at your Cajun food and offering me some. I'm like, I want Cajun food.
I don't know if I've ever had Cajun food before.
You know what's funny? Nothing to do with Cajun food. I love Cajun food. You've never had Cajun food?
I don't think so.
Let's go get some Cajun food.
I'm not very well cultured.
Spicy.
I want to play.
Want to play poker?
Go jump in. Seat open.
No, not this game.
Go get some of your money back
JD.
from Nate.
JD having a real hand here. He ISOs 325.
Fuat's never folding a pair.
Fuat never folds a pair.
No, and with these stack sizes, I don't either.
Danny's going to be in trouble if he calls here and clubs come out. And OFC's not folding. He looks like he's from the Matrix.
I like the look though.
I like it. He looks like a stud right now.
Mr. Anderson. When I was teaching the college classes, so many students
Whoa.
that walk in, they go, Mr.
JD.
Anderson.
JD can see bet here. I think he'll get called by
call.
Fuat.
He's going to small 300.
Do you think
400,
OFC
400.
calls here?
No.
No, OFC's got no equity at all.
He's the pre-flop aggressor A, and
Fuat folds.
There's no shot. No
Thought
shot.
about it.
Fuat did fold sixes.
wow.
Probably because JD's only played 14% of the hands.
Yeah.
And you also have to think he's out of position in the 4 players.
Yeah.
Well, 4 of them, so that's a pretty strong
Especially,
line.
yeah.
Like he's definitely representing top pair or over pairs to that board because this is a pretty static board.
Yeah, you can't really target much other than like whatever's out there or smaller pocket pairs. Top pair if you have an over pair, but then you can size up a little bit. All right, you guys want to take she's already doing it. I was gonna say we can bet if Danny's gonna get a massage.
Oh, I'll take the over.
Dude, I'll bet. Ooh.
What do we have here?
In the future.
Yeah. I was only trying to check stack sizes.
Yeah. We got a big hand coming up in 15 minutes. I hit it so we don't have any spoilers.
So AJ raises with the suited ace in the cutoff. Fuat's going to defend this big blind with 8 deuce offsuit. And Jonas is getting involved. The suited 3 gapper.
AJ's got top pair, top kicker. Jonas has middle pair, no kicker. Fuat has 6, 7, 3 ace, 3, 6 to make a straight. Diamond, diamond to make the worst flush possible.
I would not have cashed your $100 chip. I would have had you sign it.
You sign a $100 chip.
I would have had it sign it. I'd put it under my pillow, and the next morning, I'd have RV Phil's fucking teeth underneath.
Carlos says some of the most inappropriate things, but it's hilarious.
It's so funny. I'd have RV Phil's. You put a $100 chip under his pillow the next morning, he'd have RV Phil's teeth. Oh man, RV Phil had a good month.
He did get wrecked last.
One day.
Yeah.
One day. I mean, he's up.
He's up a lot.
He's up. He's
Between
way.
between TCH and here, he's up a lot.
Yeah. And that tournament.
Oh, that's right. The WPT where he finished third in the 1100. I don't know what that score was.
Yeah, I don't know. I can make up numbers. I thought it was like 50 or something, but I don't remember. We're nearing the end of the stream. They're getting a little more talkative. Are they playing post stream?
Probably not. Not this crew.
Yeah. Are we all going to lingerie night at Twin Peaks?
I'm done with that.
What's going on?
Twin Peaks lingerie night.
What's Twin Peaks?
It's like a Hooters but classier.
Mm.
If you can call Twin Peaks classy. I mean, I'm going to get called out on the chat now for that. Nothing wrong with Hooters.
Never eaten
The restaurant either.
Do we have like a womp womp womp?
Yeah, we do actually.
Do we really?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one it is. You can hit those buttons and see.
Oh, there we go.
Like all 9 of them are programmed. I don't know what that. It's been forever.
There's
since
like clapping and laughing, and one's a heartbeat, which I like. It's like I used to play with those a lot, but it's kind of kind of carnival style. But
It's
so
nice.
I don't
nice
do
to
it.
have those.
Yeah, if you know what it is, you can do it properly. All right, Nate's got nothing. Fuat's got middle pair.
This is
JD's got a gut shot and an overcard.
It's a great board for him to barrel on. He could rep all the kings here. He has
Yeah, he's going to.
Yep.
2 1/4. Good bet. Good bet size, JD.
Fuat's never folding a pair. You really have to barrel him off of it here. And with JD's image, I think he folds more.
Oh, Nate just turns a lot of equity. He needs a jack
7.
or a 7. Double gut. That's a sneaky one. If that 7 comes in, that is so sneaky.
Who has the best hand? Fuat
Right now, Fuat was second pair, but Nate just turned a lot of equity by floating the flop. He's got double gut now.
I think if you're JD, you just shut it down here.
Yeah,
Jack 10 just came in.
Yeah, you get called by both of them. The king beats you.
But he does block Jack 10. So he can c-bet here to try to rep it. But I mean, once you get called by 2 players, I don't know how much I like that.
Especially Fuat, who's has a propensity to be sticky.
Yeah.
There it is.
There you go.
Nailed it.
I haven't
right.
used those since the Craig days.
See, wait, he's thinking. Oh,
That's not the
wrong
right one. Nope, that's the drum one.
Top 3. It's one of the top 3, I think. Nope.
I think they're all this. I don't think you have a heartbeat anymore.
Yeah, we used to.
It might be. I think it might have been my other mixer.
No, I think it was this one, but I think
Did they erase something? Okay.
our reprogrammed.
Wow. Is he going to fold here?
Yeah. 800
Nice
is a
bet,
great
JD.
bet. Great bet, JD.
I think the only reason why he can go big there is because he has a jack blocking the Jack 10.
I need to figure out how to program the.
It's super easy.
Yeah.
I mean, we never use them. That's why I didn't pay attention to it anymore. We need more of those tones, JTMNY says. What's JT? Is that money? JT money?
I guess JT Money 35.
It's 1 to call.
Oh, are they still playing the Nick game? They are. Let's look at this really quickly. Fuat and Danny Marks, the 2 players who are up the most, still have their buttons.
So I do know who the last 2 players are, seat 1 and seat 2.
Ooh.
Am
Am I going to be 2 for 2 here, guessing the
I don't know who lost though.
Right.
It's probably
I,
Danny.
So I held up 2 fingers, and I said, "You pick." And he said, "Danny Marks." Well, that's who I wanted to pick.
Yeah, you snooze, you lose.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was. Money, JT Money, being from New York.
I was actually going to guess that he was from New York.
Plus NY.
What part of New York are you from?
He's distracted here.
You're from New York, right?
I am from
You
New
just
York.
moved here. They both got a queen. Nate has a better kicker.
A jack would
Jonas
be a
is
very
open-ended.
bad card.
And
here.
ace would be, yeah, they're sharing each other's outs. So neither one of them wants to make 2 pair. They don't know that yet. When Jonas checks, it opens the door for Nate to bet.
Yeah, but with Jonas, I'm not folding here with straight outs and backdoor flush draw. So he's going to call. He does a lot of check calling. With,
Right. Pot control, maybe.
Yeah, this
Three
is a
doesn't
brick.
change anything.
Yep. I think I may just fold here or call one more street depending on the bet size.
I think Nate bets.
800?
Yeah, I was going to say 8 to 12, but that's
Yep.
a really wide margin.
Just say 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000. That's what I was gonna actually do. I was like, I think he'll bet 1,000. Oh, I think he'll go big. Yeah, he might go small.
I think he goes closer to 8,
Yeah, 750.
750. Yeah.
Good job, Nate. Good bet.
I think he still calls.
I think that was a call me bet because he thinks he's ahead. That's why he scaled it down a little bit.
Think so? You don't think it's maybe this dude has a king?
No, because Jonas bets a king. Jonas doesn't check twice with top pair, in my opinion, if I'm Nate.
So if you're in Nate's shoes right now and you're playing Jonas, do you just bet really big here to just get him to fold? Because
You know, he called you, so he's got some kind of draw. You know, he's not putting him on a king. He might be putting him on jack.
you could have king jack here.
King jack.
Because Nate doesn't have any kings
King
or
jack
jacks.
there. Good bet, Nate. Good fold, Jonas. Everybody played that hand perfectly, and Nate picks up another $1,000. Yeah, they're saying if we're not done in a half hour, will you guys play a hand so we can get our money finally?
That's not how it works.
OFC looks so badass.
I think you're in very bad shape, Danny.
Watch this poker here.
Danny,
You're the 50.
Yeah, Danny's drawing dead against Fuat in the Nick game.
What's the VPIP here? Danny's only at 18%.
Yeah, Fuat is the top with 56. Danny's the bottom with 18. He's drawing dead in the Nick game against Fuat.
And I think Fuat's about to lose his button right here.
Yep. He's like, Fuat, can you win a hand? You played every hand. Have you not won a hand in the last hour?
Carlos coming in with King Jack suited. He's still behind, but he has a lot more
Now, yeah.
post-flop equity here.
If you're Danny, how much of an influence is it for you to call and try to lose that knit button? You know, for the $800.
Right. Or with 9-3 offsuit?
I mean, not in that situation, but like in general. You know, because when it was down to OFC and JD, OFC just called off because if I fold, I lose $800.
Right. And OFC is just gonna lead out here
with nothing, ace high.
Yeah.
You know, but this is his range. OFC plays the entire part of the deck.
He has board coverage in every hand.
Board coverage, and you don't know at all. He has.
Fuat calls once to peel for overs. Carlos might call. I think OFC just shuts it down here unless he hits an ace.
Oh, for sure, yeah. When 4 people call, he's like, oh, never mind.
And
you know, AJ's calling the Jack 4.
I just don't
Bottom
see
pair.
AJ calling another bet here. If someone else bets, I think
Probably
AJ just
not
folds.
AJ, no.
With the way he's been running and
Yeah.
just his bad beats.
I think he checks right now. He's like, man, there's no way I can fire at this and get 4 people, you know, four-handed. Oh, and OFC just gets her on the river.
But now any 2 makes a straight.
Check. Yeah, a deuce is a straight.
I think if anyone takes a stab at it, OFC calls and.
Fuat's going to take a stab at it because he wants to lose that nip button.
Right.
3 1/4. That's a call.
He's got to go way bigger than that. OFC's going to call here.
Oh, Danny.
And then AJ just folds when he sees.
Yeah.
I don't have a pair.
You are so fucking Sean right there. You are so lucky.
That is so Sean right there.
I like how he tells him he's lucky even though he's been behind the entire hand.
But hey, OFC won. The first time I OFC and Sean, or excuse me, OFC, whose name is Sean,
Right.
and Carlos were playing. Carlos came into the booth afterwards, and they were talking about it, and they said something about OFC, and Carlos goes, "Oh, hey, knock knock." Who's there?
Who's there?
OFC.
OFC who?
Exactly. And I thought I was like, Danny Marks pocket 7s. Fuat with king 6. Carlos has got a king, so that takes away one of his outs. We're both wrong. Fuat's going to lose the knit game. I don't think so.
Oh, so Jimmy says he's he said his name was Jimmy? From where I'm looking.
Yeah, Jimmy from New York.
Yeah, Buffalo. That's way up there.
JT Money. JTM New York.
I wonder if he's
Hey, do you know what? And this is not a troll.
Yeah.
Buffalo wings were invented in Buffalo, New York.
Really?
I did. Did you know that? Because I didn't until I went to Buffalo. I put on an event there in like 2018 maybe.
Nice.
And I went to the home of the Buffalo wings. And this is a great flop for Danny.
Great flop. Also, Jonas might. Oh, Fuat leading out here. Wow, so big. 1,200. I don't think Danny folds here for this this size.
It's $800 if he folds. He might as well call.
He really wants to lose his button.
Yeah.
So for those tuning in, the yellow dot is indication that someone still has their knit button, and that means it's a game. So whoever loses their knit button
Pays every
last.
Yep. The last person who does not lose their knit button, you win. You lose the knit button when you win a hand.
Right.
So the last person to win a hand owes everybody $100.
So Fuat's really repping a 4 here with his.
He needs to get. If he loses, he's out $800.
Yes, but he's putting $1,600 in right now to not have to pay $800.
He's down 28 plus 550. He's into this hand for 3,300 to not lose that 800.
Wow, I think Fuat has to just give up here.
Yeah.
Or he has to rip it.
Yep, I'm all in. 5K. 6K.
I think
It's
his
a pot-sized bet.
only bet is all in.
Wow, he bloated this pot so much as just a pot-sized bet to try to not pay 800.
So see if purple here. Oh, there he goes. He's doing it.
Oh no! Oh, Daddy! Oh wow! What pressure! What pressure! This is ridiculous.
Oh, he hates us. Should I turn the volume up?
Yeah, for sure. Let's listen to the talk.
Oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna have to reach in my pocket after I make this call.
Oh!
So how's things? $20 on every Sevens?
Wow. Fuat just lost $10,000 trying to save 800. He bluffed every street trying to get Danny to fold.
So you're,
He says, I usually have a 4 every time.
I think you were referring to earlier when they called you in the back.
What's that?
what's top for the tournament tonight?
So it's the Insomniac, so it's going to be $400 for first place.
That's it?
Well, it's 4 people in the tournament. No guarantee on our 9 o'clock
Gotcha.
tournaments. It's
Winner take all?
with less than 10 people it is.
Okay.
20 people, it'll be first gets 60, second gets 40. 21 people, we go 50, 30, 20% like we did last night. This isn't a very good tournament. We were going to take it off of the schedule, but we took it off for a couple weeks, and people came in and said, "Hey, what happened to that midnight tournament you guys run?" And we're like, "Well, okay, well, nobody, we were getting like 2 tables, and over the course of 90 minutes." But Fuat is so sick. He agreed. That was that.
Danny just became big stack here.
Oh, huge stack. Let's just look at that in a second after this hand. He's got like 20K.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, Danny knitted up until he got a pocket pair.
That's still a really hard call to make on a triple barrel like that.
Yeah, so hard. Carlos turns an open ender. Fuat needs a 7 or a 4. Doesn't get it.
So
They just check it down. It's a $300 pot. Carlos just going to turn over king high and take it down.
Fuat must feel a little tilted after that.
Yeah. Danny Marx up 14,000. Fuat lost $12,000 in that hand. Trying to save
Saving
800.
$800. Yeah.
And then he paid the 800.
Yeah, that's
Stack size. Danny Marx with his 19% VPIP. He averages $1,000 a hand. Or
Pretty
1,000,
good.
yeah. Jonas with almost 19,000. JD with over 16. Carlos with almost 14. Nate with almost 14. Wow, what a fun game.
They're in the stream on Thursdays, Fridays, and tomorrow they run the guys 5-5.
Fun game.
5-5
I think we might get Nate back tomorrow. Hey, in the chat, if you want to see Nate come back, give me a thumbs up. I'll talk him into it.
so Fuat's just calling everything now. OFC's calling.
Yeah, he's just tilt calling.
King Queen Jack would be a nice flop here. So OFC folds 10-7.
Yeah, that's a
Which is
good
the worst,
raise.
the worst hand.
That's a big raise out of JD. Fuat does hit middle pair against JD's top pair. Bets 925, goes all in. Run it twice, didn't get it. Bink, and JD picks up the pot. And he's done now. He's not going to buy in for the last 20
Yep.
minutes of the stream.
It's hard to make a pair, so when you got a pair, just
and
push it.
yeah, that's. Thank you for playing, Fuat.
He was doing so well up until that last hand, trying to save that money.
What
I'd rather just pay the
He's
800
never going to
bucks.
play the Nick game again. I mean,
I think a check raise would have been better than a donk.
yeah, probably. If you hit the 4, would you really lead out like that? He was just hoping nobody hit this board.
I like a lead if there's more fold equity, but on a board like that, no overpairs really folding. If it was like, ace, whatever, like ace 9 deuce, I like it better.
Yeah,
But
a 4-4-6. He's like
and then
sevens.
all the straight draws are going to call you there, and then so many things brick at the end. You just have to call.
Well, he knew he had to shove. He had to rip it. $1,000, $2,000 wasn't.
Right.
$3,000 wasn't going to do it. He had to bet all of it.
JD raises 7 deuce in his big blind. Shows.
That's when I flip it up and go, "Hey, are we playing 7 deuce, guys?"
Now that I fucking got it 7 times, not we didn't play it. Now we play it, I gotta pay somebody else. We're not doing it.
JD's had a nice night.
Yeah, JD. Yeah, let's play the Nick game for the last 20 minutes. JD up 3K.
That's a good night considering how card dead he's
Yeah,
been.
considering he's only played 1 in 4 hands.
He's been really patient. OFC's VPIP is pretty low for him.
40% really, really low for him, honestly.
It's being a nit tonight.
He really is. He almost was the nit, and I think that would hurt him way more than losing $800. Just to actually lose the nit game would be more offensive to him.
So Nate here raises with ace 7 offsuit.
Good job, Nate.
I mean, they're kind of shorthanded now, right?
They're shorthanded. He plays really well shorthanded. I don't know if I ever told you, up in Bemidji, it's 4 hours away from the nearest casino that
4
has poker.
hours.
Yeah, we have to go down to Canterbury, which is actually where Minnesota Scott used to deal before he came down here during the pandemic.
So you're just always shorthanded because nobody wants to
We're
drive
always
that far?
shorthanded. Well, where we are,
Right.
yeah, it's a town of like 12,000 people, and so we don't get big games very often. So we're used to playing 6-handed as a full table at our game.
It's a nice dynamic.
So we're just more used to playing shorthanded and playing really aggressive. I'm not positive, but I think all in Iverson. Tom folds 5.
Tom folds 5. What's up, Tom? Tom's from Philly. I played with him at Parks, and we played some of the worst poker I've ever played in my life at Philly Live. It's like
Okay.
watching paint dry.
Oh,
Like we're playing 1, 2.
It's not like Texas.
It's like $8. I go to 15 and everyone folds, and I'm just like, where am I right now? If I go 15, the whole table calls me here.
And that's how our home game was. We called it the office because actually it was an underground game. We had 2 tables. When UFC was running, when they had a big fight night, we would fill the place. We'd actually pull out a 3rd table.
Tom says that's where he is now. Have fun
Nice.
playing. He's probably playing a tournament.
You need some caffeine to stay up.
See, heading back to Tourney, not
Yep.
Tourney. Tourney.
20. That's what it is. You're putting the "or" in.
Or, yeah.
You're pronouncing the tour
Tournament.
Tournament. We had that discussion yesterday. Tournament.
Good luck, Tom.
Tournament. Yeah. We all pronounce it T-U-R-N. Tournament. You actually pronounce the U. Tournament.
Tournament. I still say the R.
Yeah, tournament. I know, but you enunciate the tour.
Yeah,
in
tour.
Tournament. Like it's a tour.
It's a tournament.
Tournament. You know, spell it. Tournament. Yeah.
Well, if you
You're
go
right.
if you go take like if someone brings you around places, you're taking a
It's
tour.
a tour. Yeah, tournament.
Right. It's spelled the same way.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
All right.
We all say it wrong. You know, everybody. Yeah.
You said that, not me.
No,
I would
I-
never say that.
Yeah. Learn to enunciate, guys. It's tournament
Nice.
with a U. Enunciate that U.
So OFC actually has a real hand here.
AK, AQ, QJ, call 40, raise to 175, 3-bet to 775, and Carlos goes, "Are you kidding me, God? I was trying to, and OFC's in it."
I think Carlos has to fold here. It's a
He
really
does.
nice hand, heads up, and a 3-bet
He
pop.
limped,
But
so OFC would raise, and then he could snap him off, and now AJ comes in with a 3-bet and just ruins his action.
OFC is too strong to fold, I think.
Yeah, OFC's
But-
suited ace queen in a cash game.
Yeah.
Definitely not folding.
AJ hasn't really 3-bet much since the start of the stream when he wasn't playing so well. So
Yeah.
Or when he was getting run
AJ's
over.
pre-flop raising is 10%.
yeah.
That's like 1 in 8 hands. And OFC says, "Relax, Carlos. I had you beat."
I'd like to see this go to a flop.
For sure.
Bullet number 2. Ed just popped back in to get more money for the tournament.
The tournament. Let's listen to these guys. OFC's a talker.
But if you say he has an automatic pull, like I'm not going to listen to the answer and then call. You know, but some people do like 2-year period of like, it has to be like successfully working it, and like, then he like, so he's just like, all right, I gotta like keep my nose fucking clean.
Wait, when I say no, you will not
Like
fold?
a year. No, then I think a year into
I love how OFC lies about his hands.
Did I have you beat, sir? Did I have you beat?
Say yes. Of
There,
course
he
I-
knows. He knows.
Good fold.
We're not allowed to see a flop, are we?
We're not allowed to see a flop.
Who made that rule about no rabbit hunting
That's always a rule.
in poker in general?
Yeah, in poker in general, and specifically in casinos, it's not going to happen.
Right.
In clubs, it'll sometimes happen because there are so many underground dealers who don't even know that you can't do that. They think, I mean, of course, you know, especially if I'm sitting there and I throw the guy a quarter and go rabbit that, and he's going to go bing, bing, pocket the quarter, everybody's happy. What's the problem? Now JD's got aces. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, right? Why we don't do it, like specifically.
It's kind of nice sometimes to
I
play fantasy poker in your head.
exactly like a man.
Go on,
What should I have
tilt.
done?
I wonder if OFC is going to 3-bet here. He did that earlier from the blinds with King Queen offsuit, but I think if JD's raising, he's probably just going to flat.
Yep.
JD's too strong there.
Nate's under the straddle with for 50, so
I think he folds.
I think he calls. If it just limps around to him, he's calling $100 with any 2 cards in 5
JD
players.
must be loving this right
yeah,
here.
he's definitely calling. See, there's
I wonder
6.
if he goes if he check raises or if he
Oh wow!
I think
AJ's got middle pair.
He gets bet
backdoor
real
outs.
small.
Carlos has middle pair.
bet real small here, like 250. 275.
275. Just a call me bet. Badoogie board. There's no flush out there.
Well, ace and king high boards are very often like the most bluff boards as
Yeah.
the pre-flop raiser. So.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to represent that I have that. And Carlos calls with middle pair and a backdoor diamond draw.
OFC has to call here.
OFC's got a gutter, nutter butter gutter. Now Carlos is so strong.
Now I think as JD you size up to about 1,000 or 1,200 here.
Yeah, 8 of diamonds would be just brutal.
Though Jack 9 did come in. Oof.
Checks around. You need to deny some equity there. He does end up with the best hand.
Yeah, but now you're pretty much asking someone to bluff a misdraw. You're not getting any more value. I think you should still bet turn for.
I think so.
I mean, but check bet is also a very bluffy line. Someone just messed up the action tracker, I think. But if JD,
Yeah, he did. They're gonna have to go back to fix it.
he's hoping to get looked up by a 10 here, I think. Wow, he folds.
Okay, what happened was they didn't type in the they didn't type in the bet, and then he heard I fold, and he hit fold when the action was on JD. So this is how pot sizes get messed up, because the computer just awarded that pot to Carlos.
That's a really nice flop for.
And especially if if it's like a nothing hand and the commentators aren't paying attention and they don't see that the fold got hit in the wrong spot and we're on to the next hand, we obviously know he won, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, like, wait, why does he have 10K? He should have 6. What's going on here? You know, so that's how poker hands in GFX. I always tell I way over explain what happens because that's the teacher in me coming out to tell you.
OFCs should raise this up here. What quality are the cameras? Are they coming out at like 720?
I don't know the answer to that. If Tiny was in the chat, he could tell us. He's the AV guy.
He's the AV guy.
I tell people I'm IT, not AV.
Good flop for Carlos.
Top pair.
He might actually win against OFC. He's going to bet here, probably about 300. 250.
I think it'll be on the lower side.
Snap call, 200.
Yeah, good bet. Good bet.
6.
6 doesn't
So
change
now,
anything.
right.
Check, bet, 400.
Fold.
Fold.
I think it'll go bigger than 4.
4 1/4. Oh, he's going to grab more quarters. He's like, let's just put them all out there. 375.
Really?
That's
He's like milking him. Carlos really doesn't lose to much that floated flop.
right.
I think, though, that 6 of hearts is going to be an action killer for OFC. He doesn't pick up any additional equity.
He's like, never mind. 1 for Carlos. These guys are arch enemies on the felt.
It's a very funny dynamic.
8 ace high, he says. Tells the truth now.
Barstool guy that works at Barstool that has combinatorics stack website.
Not sure. Oh, are you thinking about 538? Big guy?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Who knows?
Somebody works at Barstool Sports. I don't know what that is at a bar around here.
No, Barstool is it's an Instagram account.
Oh,
It started off more appealing towards, like
is it?
young, it's like more like, I don't know. In my head, it was always for like college age people. Now they're doing a lot more sports and
Yeah, I would
funny
have thought it was
things.
a sports thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really into it.
Funny fact: Guinness Book of World Records. You know where that? What's what that is named after?
The beer,
Yeah,
really?
yeah,
Hey, one more black from Eddie's. back
yeah.
from
You
me.
get another black. Yeah, they the bars would the Guinness would sponsor a like a Trivia Pursuit type thing or whatever. Like, hey, guess who has this? So that while you're in there drinking the Guinness,
Right.
you would have something to look at. Kind of like I used to go to a sports bar, and they would have like 20, 25 Trivial Pursuit things in the table, like
Right.
with the ketchup mustard, and you'd have 20 cards. You're like, oh, hey, let's just waste some time and see who can get these Trivial Pursuit questions. But yeah, it was sponsored by the beer, Guinness.
That's really cool. Never knew that.
I didn't either till my friend has, he's a dealer up in Minnesota. He's got like 5 records with the most accurate dealer, the fastest dealer, the most accurate card thrower. He can throw like 53 cards in a row and hit a 1 foot target from
Wow.
like 6 feet away in a bucket, like just underhand. Just and you're like, well, I could probably get like 30, 40.
30, 40 is a lot still.
I was gonna say I'd give you $1 if you can get 10.
yeah, 6 feet away, no thank you.
Yeah, it's
It's a skill.
if I can throw out the whole deck at once, I might get 10. But yeah,
So Danny raised the straddle 10-9. I think 1 bet here just takes it down.
yeah. That's why don't you c-bet on this flop?
I noticed Jonas doesn't like to c-bet a lot, even as like a bluff or as a range bet. Sometimes he's just checking it.
Right? Why didn't Danny c-bet?
I mean, as the straddle here, you could have snap fold.
Yeah.
You could have.
So he did the delayed c-bet.
well, I mean, the ace was really
yeah,
good for
yeah,
him,
represents the ace. And that totally is a line that I believe that you checked because you missed, and now the ace comes in, and now you bet.
Sure.
Of course, you checked with the ace, jack, or whatever.
It's a good barrel card. Sometimes I forget to do that. Start on the flop. Then
Yeah.
the ace comes on the turn. They don't believe me,
Right.
and they shouldn't.
It's totally believable when you check and then bet the ace.
Right. It's more believable.
Yeah, it's like, oh, speaking of aces,
AJ's got a premium
AJ
here.
with the Anna Kournikova, ace and the king. You like naming hands?
Ashton Kutcher.
Aston Kutcher.
And you can call King Deuce the royal dump.
The Craig calls ace 4 and ace and a fake. Instead of like ace and a face,
Yeah.
he calls it the ace and the fake.
It's like looking down at ace king and seeing the 4. Or like queen 6. For me, it's queen 6.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
You peel that 6
King
and it looks
4,
like a
ace
queen?
4. Yeah. If you just kind of fan them a little bit,
Right.
you don't really fully expose the number. It kind of looks like that. But I'm talking more about specific decks where the numbers and letters are in certain fonts. It's been a pretty tame stream, like overall.
What stream are you watching? Are you not entertained? Didn't
No,
you
this is
see
good. This has been
Fuat
great. This has been
bluff
great.
off 7K trying to save 800? Oh, this is a really, really entertaining stream. We are
It's been great. It's nice
hand
to
89. It's a little bit slower. Normally we get 100 hands in. This action's just been a little bit slower. We're like 10% slower approximately.
You got one more hand left?
I don't know.
Oh, they finish at 10, so we're probably done at 10:15.
They finish at like 9:45, so we're done at 10. But sometimes
Oh,
they go
okay.
over a couple hands.
So OFC ISOs here in the straddle. So it should get him like good position if Danny folds.
Right.
If AJ folds, sorry.
AJ has AJ. You can't fold your initials.
Right. I think yep. This
He needs a 9 or a 5 to chop it.
see I think I'd like a
10 to
delayed
win.
double barrel here. I don't know how effective that is.
So here, I would believe you might actually have a queen.
Or a 5, because that's what he plays.
Yeah. But
Good
if you
talking.
did have a queen, you would have checked the flop.
Let's see what they're saying.
Oh, he gets a 10 OFC. Watch Carlos lose his mind when OFC has the best hand right now.
God, he had the nuts.
my god, what the fuck? Put you on A-Jack or you lift? I raised you flatted. When check, how do I put you on A-Jack?
Wow. That's funny.
He's a funny dude.
He's great.
Actually, twin sisters, and they both had it after within like a year of each other. They're identical twins.
He was in the commentary about a month ago, and
Okay.
he was drinking. So, but after watching this for 4 hours, I was like, oh man, I need to go play, but I don't want to. Here's the important one, Lego. He's like, I want to go play, but I don't want to play with these guys after I've been drinking. And
Right.
I'm like, well, jump into the $100 tournament, you know. And so he did that, and he actually won it.
Really?
Yeah, there was 22 people or something, or 28 people, something like that.
That's great.
And he ended up shipping it.
Let's see VPIP and
After this hand, I can pull up all the stats.
yeah. Jimmy just lost 20,000 points.
I love it.
All right, so AJ here with 9-8 suited under the gun, raising for value.
Yes, and he's way ahead of OFC's 8-4. Now he can go ahead and bet in position,
Yeah, and
represent the
take it
ace,
down.
and OFC's like, I'm done. All right. V pipping, voluntarily putting chips in the pot pre-flop. OFC 42%, Danny Marks 18%. Everybody else in between them, AJ with 36, Carlos 34. The boy is no longer here. His stats live on, 32% before he busted. Nate Coffin 31, Jonas 30, and Yadi 24.
Nate, Jonas, and JD have a pretty good VPIP. So does the boy.
Pre-flop raising, Jonas 20%, Carlos 7%. The Delta with Danny Marks is 18% VPIP, 11% PFR. He's not playing very many hands, but when he does, he comes in with a raise.
Same with JD. He's just a 7%.
Yep, 17 to 24. And Carlos 7 to 34. OFC 15% pre-flop raising and 42% VPIP.
This is a really good flop for both
Wow.
these players.
My boy Nate's open ender with no flush draw.
Jonas is gonna bet. He does a lot of checking.
That's a
Give
very
people free cards.
suspicious check.
I think he has to bet here.
I think he thinks his king is so strong he doesn't want to lose him, right?
Right.
So he bets 200, snap call with 200. He needs an ace or a 9 for a straight to come in.
Right. So Nate's
It's a 4, so he's done with the hand.
yeah. I mean, he pretty much chops or loses to some of the other kings here. But I would think that Nate would.
No, he's got 8-4. 8. Oh yeah, kings and 8s.
Oh yeah,
So he's
yeah.
got
Sorry,
3 pair.
he got 3 pair.
Nate's like, nope, too much. You weren't calling $1, Nate. Don't tell him too much and make him feel bad.
This is why I don't like his check on the flop because he loses all the value he could have gotten from his draw.
Yeah, he really.
And on
could
the
have.
turn, you could bet, check back.
I agree. I just think with that board, he thought he was strong enough that he didn't want to blow him away.
Yeah, it says Nate bet 600, but that should be Nate checks
Right.
and Jonas bet 600.
Right. Yeah, it's who's dealing right now? Scott's dealing. So,
Stacy,
no, Katie,
Katie.
I think is running Action Tracker, and that's backwards. You actually were paying attention and saw that. I missed it. So there, if she hits fold now, thinking she's folding Nate, she actually folds Jonas. It awards Nate a 1,300 chip pot when he actually lost $300. Oh, okay. I
Right.
thought he
so
just
it's gonna
folded.
award Nate the pot.
Exactly.
Right.
So it just gave Nate that pot. So when I pull up stack size, he doesn't actually have 13,000. He has like 11,000, whatever the math was on that. 12.4 instead of 13.6.
It's hard to do math after watching the
Yeah.
television for like 4 hours.
Lots of numbers.
I'd like to play a little bit of cards before I leave. Maybe I'll hop in the tourney.
The tournament.
The tournament.
You got to be quick.
Well,
They're
when's it?
15-minute levels.
Oh, I'm going to bust out in 15 minutes anyway.
No, I mean, like, the registration might be closed before
that's okay.
you get out of here in 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Carlos with a real hand, Jack, brings it into 175. OFC finally finds a hand. He folds, King 4 off.
Nate has a good hand too.
A6 in the third blind.
Yeah, I would probably defend it. You can also fold it pre-flop. It's not.
Nate's not big on folding when he should be defending.
Yeah. I think Carlos bets here. 200-300.
Yeah,
kicks
this
down.
is a great flop for Carlos. 540 in the pot. He's going to come out with 275, 375. It's going to go fold, and we are done with this hand. Boom.
Respect.
Sounds like the way they're acting feels like that was the last hand, but maybe not.
I do one more flip.
Is this the flip? Or are we going offline? One more hand. Let's play one more hand.
Do we want to play one more hand?
Okay, one more hand. One more hand.
One more hand.
All right, last hand. Carlos says, no, I'm not going to play with his button.
It's up to them. I don't know what they say.
One more hand.
Was it? 200, 400?
Oh, they want to put the straddle on all the way around.
They do that for fun sometimes.
Put you in the blind.
After this, we'll
Last
flip.
hand. All right. So we flip after that?
Yeah.
So they're going to play one last hand. And then,
Danny, so I wanted to,
oh, she's teasing Danny. She's like, sorry, I already put the $50 straddle and you have to play now. You know, she could have easily hit back and fixed it, but a little bit of a needle.
This is going to be an interesting one.
If clubs come out, it really will.
Yeah, so OFC is going to open, as he should.
175.
I think both players are going to call here.
For sure, Nate's not folding.
Nice from Minnesota. You guys don't fold.
No.
JD.
Danny Marx with the 5s.
10-9 offsuit. He gets in there.
Yeah, he's got a discount.
All their outs
hand.
are gone. I wouldn't be surprised if Danny hits a set right here.
Wow, great flop for Danny Marx.
Really good flop for Danny.
He's got the gut shot, the pair.
He's not folding.
Nope, nobody's.
He's got backdoor diamonds also. Not that his 5 would think it'd be any good at this point.
He's not excited about the 5 high flush.
Front door diamonds.
Yeah, you throw him a 4.
Backdoor clubs for both of the other guys. I mean, I think a 4 or 5 here. One bet, it's done. I think AJ might peel one.
No.
You don't think so?
No. This totally hits Danny Marx's straddle defending range.
You all right? It's going to fold. A lot of people like to peel with backdoors and 2 overs.
Yeah. Not against Danny Marx and his 10% VPIP.
10%. Is that 18?
10% PFR, if 18% VPIP. All right, now they're going to do a straddle, and we're done with this stream.
Yeah, I sat with Danny a couple weeks ago at TCH.
Was it? Where were you playing? What were you playing?
2-5.
Okay.
2-5. Minnesota.
Oh, you know
Scott.
what? She never hit next on the last hand, so we're not even going to see the flip. They're like, whatever. Yeah. You fat fingered it. We got the applause.
I did.
That one you have to turn off. Yeah.
All right, well, Danny's got a set now.
Yeah.
You guys want to go 300? That's... Heart.
Danny's just saying, I got the nuts.
Yeah, we don't even know what
We don't
anybody
know what he
has.
has. Yeah, that was in the past. So we're done with that one. That's fine. Let's pop this up here. We're on the camera now. So I thought it was a great stream,
That's a good stream, yeah.
honestly. My boy Nate made some money. Let's look at that stat.
AJ, I'll see you out there.
Super happy for him. He's up, what is that, $7,000. Danny Marx with that really big bluff is up 14,000. Wow. Jonas played perfect poker. He's up 13,000. Carlos got 10K out of this deal.
But how much of that was OFC's money?
He probably
not much.
Probably like 30 cents. He doesn't get paid by OFC. JD up 2,400. OFC up 2K.
So AJ the boy,
Fuat, and
J-Rock.
J-Rock. 4 people busted and left. Or 3 people busted and left. AJ just got wrecked. It was not his night. He'll be back though. He's still up overall. Let's pop in these really quick and check out VPIPs. Voluntarily putting money in pre-flop is OFC up at the top with 41%. AJ 36, 34, 33, 32, 30. Really a more conservative stream than we normally see with all the 30s and 20s and Danny Marks with 18 pre-flop raising. The good old PFR.
Well, Danny wasn't getting many cards.
Yeah.
And when he did try to make a move, he was outhanded.
Aggression frequency, how much you are raising as opposed to checking and calling. AJ 42%, Danny Marks 31%. Everybody else just like really close.
Yeah, looks good.
So that's good. And the one that really matters the most, win rate, cumulative. Let's just leave it there. Thanks for being with us on a Friday night. Thanks for spending the Friday night with us. Tomorrow we've got a 5-5-10 game going. Sounds like a couple of open seats. I'll probably get Nate in there if I can. That'll be fun.
And it's, what is it, 3K match the stack?
3K match the stack.
It's going to get pretty big pretty quick.
It does. And it almost seems like when we have a 5K, it doesn't get as big, because they've already got 5K, so they don't feel like they have to top off. When it's like a 2K, especially a 2K, everybody tops off right away. So then it's just like, and then it's like they broke the seal. So they're going to top off again and top off again. So it's kind of like the bigger starting stack, the less they top off, if that makes sense. That's it.
Cool.
We've got, let's just go see how much time's left in that tournament, see if we can jump in it.
You're going to jump in?
Probably not, but we'll see. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good.
6 o'clock Central Time.